Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetic fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gas reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution in science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passing on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in the matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from ourselves to the planets and even cancer.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team.
Watch what milk does to your brain. Take a look at
Something
these
is
two
playing
brain
in the
scans.
background.
They
Let's
both
bring
look
that
young,
up.
strong, and healthy.
I thought
But
I
only one
got
of
rid
them.
of the volume on this. Okay, this happens. No problem. We work with what we have. And welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for May 18th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every one of the usual participants and attendees of these meetings. But as this knowledge gets disseminated across the planet, I think every group will be surging by leaps and bounds, but it may take some time. I think there's a few choppy waters yet to go, but as Alex said before we started, is anyone not impressed, or is that what I said, or did Alex say he was stunned by the knowledge? And this, of course, is what Mr. Keshe said they're going to do to humanity. Will be so connected or amazed by this new technology that will put down the wars of killing and destroying other creatures and start working on this technology. Of course, if you're just new to the Keshe Foundation, I don't think you'll be able to make it by Saturday. As Mr. Keshe said at one point, my knowledge is my magic. If you understand it, you become magician too. But it's not magic. This is where science meets the soul of the man. And what was shown in Beijing was, again, as we heard from Raphael, the Midas touch in a way, creating or converting dark matter, transitional matter into gold. But did he make the metal of gold? He said no. There were two other steps that had to be done, or two other faces that had to be shown. You have to show one and then you convert it to the next one before it would become a metal of gold that you could actually sell. Something like that. So I think this is the amino acid of gold. But again, it's all within the hand of the Keshe Foundation, the technology, the understanding. This is 40 years of development, plus, I would say. There's a lot more to it than we think we understand. But again, we're trying to understand more, and we're here to spread it across the social medias, across the neighborhoods, across the governments, and the next public demonstration we're hoping to see in Washington, D.C., and that will be coming up perhaps in the next number of months. He talked about Moscow, and he did mention this before. I'm sure they're going to be taking it to Africa as well. So there'll be many opportunities for people to be there to support, or even support on the soul level, the knowledge seekers and the teams who are there with Mr. Keshe. Maybe it'll become sort of just the team is demonstrating it now because they know the setup and what needs to be done, but just amazing. And of course, this is the promise of the holy books as well. As he said, the Mekti is here, but the Mekti is not a man. The Mekti is the knowledge of the creation in the universe. And of course, in this workshop, he's gone into time more. He's been trying to transfer some of the knowledge of understanding time. And does it exist, or do we create time? Can we travel through time? So on and so forth. But before we go any further, I think we need to, again, just reconfirm our ethos of peace, giving, calmness, all the beautiful attributes, humbleness, as he said. The more you understand about this knowledge, the more humble you should become. Let me just make sure we're sharing that. So this is the World Peace Treaty, a very simple document, but very deep. As we saw in the 590 teaching, it was quite short, but miles, kilometers deep, let's say. This is our World Peace Treaty. You can find it on any search engine. It's between you and yourself, in a way, you and your soul. And it's finding that peace within yourself and bringing that balance in, even though the planet has not provided what we need to remain peaceful, which causes the physicality to do some funny things sometimes, or many times. But this is what I think the systems and the change is going to bring. As he said, we've shown the dinosaur end of the technology. What was shown in Beijing is obsolete, not using it that way. The new system is much different, and as he said, it won't be in the hands of the public for a long time. but I think the public will have access to it. And again, it's probably through the Keshe Foundation store, which we'll be covering today. But let's just read our World Peace Treaty. Is there anyone who would like to read the World Peace Treaty? Again, we're delivering a new science, which you've seen demonstrated publicly, a new ethos, again, the way we think about peace and calmness and giving rather than taking and destroying, and of course, a new language with all the new words we've heard in the graphenes and the nanos and the ganses, and again, many, many different new words were introduced in many languages. I know Dr. Gatwa has put together probably about 30 or 40 new words into the language spoken in his part of Kenya, as I understand it. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Any takers? Any givers? We're all learning about giving and taking. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Again, it's between you and your soul. Not necessary to sign it with the pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. As we understand, when we go into space, you'll probably never see anything written. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, with our territory, with our council, with our religion, with our city, with our town, with our body, and with our soul. You choose. Simply put your name, signature, date, position, and again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So feel free to share it. This is the document the world leaders will sign. They'll sign on behalf of the nation. I think many have already signed it, if not in the matter state, certainly with the pen of the soul. And they're ready to move forward. I know Mr. Keshe has talked of his love for Africa and how there's major support in Africa for the Keshe Foundation. And I think they'll be moving into Africa in a very big way simultaneously as the other areas of this planet start to become more enlightened. This is what he said he wanted to show this demonstration, not so much to the world governments. They've been aware of it probably for 20 or more years, but to show the nationals of the country, and the nationals will demand more of it. I know the energy enhancement or the energy gas system, if that's what it's ultimately going to be, is going to be manufactured and stockpiled and released simultaneously in millions of numbers, I think, when the time is right, perhaps in the next 12 months a year. So we'll see a lot. But in the meantime, you can go to the Keshe Foundation store. And just to run through some of these, this is our Keshe Foundation store. Hopefully you can see it. I probably need to check every time we switch the screen. And this is where you'll find things like the flight transmutation sessions that are happening right here. And the next one is coming up on the 30th of May, and there's still plenty of time for you to sign up and keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. These are $500 sessions, but again, you're probably being touched in a number of ways, but more importantly, you're allowing the team to understand more about probably now transmutation and time, because he said we'd be using these together. One of the more phenomenal products as well is the cosmic ray material, which again needs to be taught, but this is something that connects you to the fields of the universe. It can create balance within your any condition of, I believe, unwellness, and it can also feed you and probably do a number of other things, but there's still a few more things to be taught. Beautiful presentations. Of course, the soaps are very nice. You can carry them with you in a soap container, and they actually have soap holders that you can use to accompany that. Let's just go to all products. So these are some of the offers, and this is where you're going to find the space technology. This is the very popular unit that's starting to come out. I say popular, maybe 40 or 50 of them have been released worldwide, perhaps more, and the same with the cosmic ray material, but that's all growing and people are starting to work with it and giving testimonials of what they experience. Remember, this is all about you and your understanding of yourself and your capabilities, but these systems, again, made by the professor, decades and decades worth of work put into these, so they're made the correct way. So you can, I feel you can buy in confidence on the store. And many of these are European certified, and the rest, I'm sure they'll get other certifications in the future. This is all coming through probably the Mark Ray Corporation, as he said, and we can take a look at that next. So we have the Keshe Foundation store. Now this is the financial arm, as I understand it, and licensing arm of the Keshe Foundation. It is, in a way, connected to the Keshe Foundation, but in another instance, he said it has nothing to do. So it's operating as an independent, in a way, entity, but yet connected to the Keshe Foundation, as it's, in a way, a financial arm, as I understand it. And within the Keshe Foundation, the research and development will continue. But you can go on here and spend weeks and months just going through this. The Keshe coin is listed. I don't think the full ordering, but anytime you want to contact the Keshe Foundation, you should write to info@keshe.foundation. That email is answered regularly. So this is where you'll find the company that's on the penny stock exchange or the pink sheet market. Perhaps there'll be some announcements, Mr. Keshe said, coming up from the over-the-counter regulatory bodies, or there'll be some changes to this corporation, and this will be announced in the public. And also, this company has the designation of the 9661, which is a space development technology. And this is what he showed with that soccer ball, the unit. This is the advanced technology that won't be in the hand of the public soon, but I think we'll be able to use it, and it'll probably be incorporated into the monthly flight test. And then, of course, we have the X platform, which, make sure we're sharing that. Yes. And you can follow Mr. Keshe on X. I'm not completely verified, but that's me there. And of course, he said this was the creation, what was shown over the 10th to the 12th, creation of matter from the energy of matter. Revolution in Science was unveiled in Beijing last Monday. CERN apparently had something to do with gold. I didn't do much research, but I don't think they did much. But is anyone familiar with CERN and what they did? I do have an article we can refer to in a moment. But they tried and failed according to the Intel drop, where Keshe showed at room temperature and atmospheric conditions that materials are created out of the interaction of fields, or the conversion. As he said, there's some hidden technologies in there. Now one can see how gold was produced in real time in Beijing. We saw that. That was the opening video. And now one can see the gold right in the full public view over 3 days. Video below, some parts of the presentation. There'll be a 3-hour complete video of this, which can start to be passed around, I think, and people will, again, shake their heads and say this is not possible or this is some trick. And of course, in the world of science, they'll say this doesn't equate with our current scientific principles. But as Mr. Keshe said, one of the parts of this exhibition was to sort of destroy the fallacy of the Big Bang Theory, where everything, I guess, exploded. I don't understand it completely, but I guess somebody banged their head on the wall and they came up with this theory. But this is not the way matter and things are created, and this is not the way creation takes place in the universe. And this is part of what Mr. Keshe is demonstrating in Beijing. So you can see the X platform where to follow Mr. Keshe. And of course, there is someone with a very similar name, but without the E. And I clicked on there and I was wondering why I wasn't connecting. So there's someone with the same first two names, but the last name they leave off the E for some reason. Again, I'm not sure about that. This is the Spaceship Institute. This is the older YouTube website where you can find many videos. Something happened here. Okay, we don't want that. Okay. Why that would pop up, I don't know. Where were we here? Okay, that is gone. So that was the Keshe Foundation website. I was going to show you the, let's see if this is the one. That's the store. And this is what I was referring to, the Intel drop, where they put that video, which you can find on YouTube. Apparently, the other site of the 2024 creation of the new YouTube channel is not there now for some reason. But anyway, this is the Intel drop, and this was something covered, I guess, in the Western press. It's written in English. Let's just make sure we're sharing that. So just a couple of paragraphs, and you can see the 3-minute video. This is the same one they're including on their article. Creation of matter from energy, of matter revolution in science, unveiled in Beijing last Monday. CERN is trying to show they think they have created gold. No one can see how gold was produced in real time. Now one can see how gold was produced in real time in Beijing, the 10th to the 12th, which we covered. Again, a phenomenal display of technology. I'm just adding this, never before be seen in the public domain. The video below shows some parts of the presentation, and a full 3-hour video of production of gold will be released soon. The real method, the materials being produced in the universe by interaction of the cosmic rays is now very clear, and the Big Bang Theory does not hold validity. We just covered that. That was part. And of course, Mr. Keshe will be releasing another paper in the line of the creation of the black hole, but this will be a paper on cosmic rays. So as this settles in or starts to saturate throughout the scientific community, I think the paper will be coming on the heels or the tail of this presentation. He said a month ago or two there was a paper. I believe it's finished. It may not be, but this will be the next big paper to come out on cosmic rays. And of course, as we said, Mark Ray is the home of the cosmic ray technology. In the next months, yes, material exhibitions will be taken to different cities around the world for its presentation. So perhaps, I think this is being covered quite heavily in China, and perhaps the Americans will wait for the demonstration in Beijing, I mean in Washington, before they cover it, as I'm understanding it. Any thoughts, any comments from anyone? Is anyone not impressed of what's being shown? Again, 40 years of development, and again, hidden technologies within the technology we're actually seeing. Anyone want to make a comment? And I just thought I'd bring this up as the, let's make sure we're sharing this. And perhaps we'll play that video. Mr. Keshe said just a few workshops ago that were under a huge energy meteor hitting this planet. And this article goes on to say here, as the sun goes nuts, unusual natural disasters are occurring all over the globe. But the article is saying that the press has not really covered this much. Why is the mainstream media in the United States being so quiet about what is happening on the sun? And as Mr. Keshe said, this is part of the enlightenment, I think, of the sun is involved in this process. As he indicated, the mother is kissing the child in a way. And the amount of flares and energy being released by the sun is quite powerful. This has never been seen before, but the media is not covering it. And it goes through, we'll put this in the chat. You can see these solar class flares, things are rattling, volcanoes are burping, other things are happening around the planet. And of course, this is all attributed to the work of the sun, I believe, because the Earth has to do something. Some of us are absorbing the energies, most of us probably, but also the planet is, and then it has to do something to release this extra energy it's taken in, I think, and that's where you have the volcanoes and the earthquakes and tidal waves and tsunamis, or that's like a tidal wave, or these large tsunamis. Yeah, not tsunamis, but what do they call? Is that what it, when it rains real hard, is that's not a tsunami, that's a typhoon in a way. So the Earth has to go through this process so we can expect more and more of this. And of course, the Keshe Foundation is in place to provide support, as I understand it, if governments reach out. So if there's a huge one in Italy that's rattling, there's 7.4 in Chile and Argentina, but it's not being, the population is not being alerted to this. Of course, many of them will probably say God is mad at the planet and the rest of this, but we know that's a lot of, again, in that whole vein of understanding, not understanding the process of creation, I would say. So I just thought I'd share this. We can put this in the chat. Let me copy this if I can. And then we're just going to put that in the chat. And of course, you can explain to everyone the Earth is sort of going through a bumpy roads in the universe, but I think it's all part of this elevation of the soul of the man as well. It's not only the systems that the Keshe Foundation is providing, which are powerful and, again, never seen before, but it's also the whole universe and solar system is awaiting, in a way, the birth of this new child. And they're also awaiting things to happen, as we heard in the New Tomorrow video, about everyone having this ability, all the created things having the ability to transit between the two dimensions, which has never existed before. So there's a lot of anticipation and excitement, I think, not only here, and there's probably a lot of systems participating in this. So what I'd like to do now, if I can find it, yes, it's right here. This is from the, is it 585? Okay, so just about 5 workshops ago, where he says we've been hit with an energy meteorite beyond our imagination. So when you see a lot of strange things, perhaps in strange weather, I know where I am, it's almost June, and I think 3 days this week we're going to be about 55 degrees. So is that part of it? I know there's weather manipulation going on as well. We've all heard about all of that. But I think these magnetic fields are much more powerful in changing, in a way, what happens on this planet. I think it's part of the elevation of the soul of the man and all souls on this planet. We start to become more enlightened or creating that condition. Any thoughts from anyone? This is only 4 minutes, so we'll just look at that. And I wanted, again, to, as Mr. Keshe said, I think in 23, when he was in China, he set some sort of something in motion there. He actually showed a system a number of workshops ago, which may have caused some, it may have perturbed something like the sun or something like that to cause some of this. But again, we haven't seen this amount of solar activity, and very few medias are providing any sort of explanation to the nationals. So buyer beware, as they say. So let's hear this. We'll go back to our 590 shortly.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to know what these magnetic storms are doing and their interaction with planet Earth and our own souls, and how that.
Explain what you mean. Explain what you mean.
Well, there was that May 2023 magnetic storm, big solar storm. That, God Almighty, my world just went crazy at that time. My partner and I had a big blow up, and I didn't know that that had happened. Of course, at a cosmic sort of level, but yeah, the ramifications of ignoring this knowledge and how it plays out in our own lives. I wonder, how much of the Earth had, similar sort of impact when there's a change in the maggrav fields floating us through space at 108,000 kilometers an hour.
You see, it's like when I tell you we have two types of life. One is physical and one is energy-wise. When we got hit by the meteorite, according to what the scientists say, we lost the dinosaurs because something physically hit us. It changed everything on this planet and we became men. Supposedly, according to the history of the man got a chance to survive. Now we got hit, maybe with much more powerful system than the meteorite which hit the Earth and the dinosaurs went. We've been hit with such a huge system, energy, and this happens. This was one of the time it just happened, but it happens quite often that we receive the direct energies which changes a lot of us. Because that aura we watch, that energy we watch, that extra hour we watch, that's all come because of the energy which has entered the Earth environment. So yes, we've been hit with an energy meteorite beyond our imagination, and that has brought some elevation and some other things which one day I'll discuss. And yes, that time a lot of things changed. We see a cycle of changes, and this part of the whole structure. It's just like the sun says, "Oh, you lot on earth, get it sorted. I give you the energy for you to do." You understand? Or we went that way far enough that we create the energy that we absorb. We asked for it and we received it in a way, if we understand.
The yin, the yang.
Okay, so now you can see there's many more systems involved, I think, in this process that we're going through right now than just what Mr. Keshe is doing. Of course, it's all connected, as we know, everything is connected. So in a way, the universe is working together, as I see it, to bring elevation, enlightenment to this planet and to welcome the new child into the larger family, in a way. And of course, this is the website I wasn't able to show. My 590th has disappeared, so we're just going to type in 590. We're going to pull up our workshop, and I think anyone like to comment on what we just heard? Do we think about the sun being involved much in our elevation? We know how without the interaction of the sun and the creation of nitrogen on this planet, nothing would exist. I think we've learned that from the teachings and so on. Any comments? I think we'll go to about 7 minutes and hear some announcements, and then we can go after the break as well. But again, Mr. Keshe is again confirming the beauty of what was shown. I think we can start right here. Any thoughts or comments? Is everyone on the silent line of communication today, which is perfect, is no problem. But more interactions we have, the more it's graded. But we can interact beautifully on the energy level as well. As we said, when you go into space, you'll probably see nothing written. And will you have a mouth and will you have the eyes? We'll have to see. The structure of the man is going through a huge change over the next century, without a doubt. So let's hear the announcements, make sure we're sharing this properly. Okay, here we go.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the 590th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, May 15th, 2025. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I'll be your host once again in this weekly series of workshops. And once again, we have the pleasure and honor of having Mr. Mayran Keshe as our presenter and teacher of the cosmic knowledge as well. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for being here today, and congratulations on a successful last weekend exhibition in Beijing. And most of us have seen the videos, and similar to what we saw at the beginning here, and it's quite an accomplishment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation and Spaceship Institute. We welcome you back, and as Rick said, we had a very successful demonstration of technology in public, and we had a few hundred of Chinese knowledge seekers attending the session, and at the same time, this presentation was part of the financial arm of the Keshe Foundation, which is Mark Ray Corp, and not of the Keshe Foundation.
Okay, again, drawing a delineation between the Mark Ray Corp and the Keshe Foundation. Did anyone attend the Brazil? I think had a meeting on was it Saturday or was it Friday? I think it was Friday, where the Chinese knowledge seekers came in and shared their feelings or their experience at the Beijing conference, and you could update us on that. I wasn't there. I don't know if anyone else was, but again, these will all be available more and more. There's so much information between the Keshe Foundation Wiki, the Plasma Times, as we were saying, the 2 YouTube channels, the Spaceship Institute, the new YouTube channel, the books, the papers written. I think you can find those on Amazon still, and so many other things that are happening in the background, the formation of companies, which are going to be quite large and powerful as they develop. So there's an opportunity for everyone, I think, to, in a way, get involved in many different aspects. Even the artisans are invited to participate and to display their products and to work with the Keshe Foundation under license, that you make the product correctly. It's, in a way, supervised in the rest of this. So we're opening everything up. And as far as jobs, as we said, or as Mr. Keshe had said, the Keshe Foundation, the Mark Ray company, will not be hiring a lot of people directly. But if you're looking for employment, you may be hired by one of the people that are licensed by the Keshe Foundation or Mark Ray Corporation, let's say, to start working with that technology within their structure. So if you're looking for a job, it'll probably be with companies that are involved with manufacturing or other licensing arrangements with the Keshe Foundation, just to add that. So I wouldn't, although the social media people are encouraged to write to info@keshe.foundation to express their willingness to join, expand, and spread the knowledge across the social medias as well.
We had a successful presentation, and as many of you heard, one of the largest contracts ever signed for licensing was signed on Saturday night in presence of all the knowledge seekers and with their permission. This agreement will lead to one of the largest corporations in China, backed by finances of the people who are in there, plus Keshe Foundation providing the technology and support of the knowledge.
So again, you have an American Mark Ray, and then now the formation of a Chinese Mark Ray, which I think the head, a number of people have already been announced, I think, that are on the board of the Chinese smart gray. So both of these companies, in a way, it's getting the Americans and the Chinese to start talking peace and talking space technology development rather than, I want this piece and we're making weapons for that. So that was another aspect of this. And of course, the Mark Gray, Chinese Smart Gray, is going to be one of the largest corporations. As he said, this is going to touch every area of our lives, from energy to cosmetics, A to Z. Whatever you name in the future, I think they'll have an aspect of the plasma technology embedded in it, or you can just buy the run-of-the-mill dog food, if you'd like, let's say, for your pet. But I believe there'll be all sorts of enhancements, maybe even systems to feed your pet without eating, if that could be possible. It seems I noticed my cat has been, over the last number of months, it just seems like I'm putting less food in the dish. And of course, this goes along with our understanding, as he said, to one of the knowledge seekers at one time, that they had a lot of Ganses in the home and they seemed to be eating less. And of course, you're absorbing energy. And since we're basically the same amino acids, I think, as many other things on this planet, that they can absorb the energies as well. But there may be some dynamic systems or other static systems, perhaps, in the store in the future to actually feed your fish, to feed your dogs or cats, or the rest of this. There may be just one system for that. But he said we'd work through the man first, and through the man we'll reach the other creatures on this planet.
As you saw, the production of the material was kept open for people to see, and the conversion of the energy to matter. If Keshe Foundation was in the position of the anywhere like the University of CERN, it would be a big revolution in science. But as we are boycotted by Fox News and the rest of the world because we disturb the what we call the money stack of the whole process, is broadcasted, and in the future it will be as part of the teaching of the, I'm sure, many, many knowledges to come and knowledge seekers to find out.
So as you can see, the very sensitive point is the money stack, which a lot of organizations realize this technology will replace some of it, and obviously the money stack will get smaller. So this is where the sensitivity, one of the areas, I think, but it's only because they don't understand the wealth is within us, not belonging to us, and every man makes the same mistake, apparently.
The setup was simple, what we call a star formation. One was, as you listen, and we soon will post a full session on YouTube in the next few hours, that we not only shown we can produce material, but we can stop material being produced. Technology which we never shown before. And at the same time, we do not discuss outside the framework of the Keshe Foundation. And then for the first time, many of you witnessed what we call one of the most advanced space technology systems which will ever be shown. The structure of the work of the Keshe Foundation. I'm trying to find to share, but I cannot share anything, unfortunately, on this. So 1 second, maybe I'm in the wrong phone, but just 1 second, I'll share with you. We've shown in the exhibition the most advanced space technology ever known to what we call man. The beauty with this is that we will not, or it will not stop us from showing this technology in public, and even further, sharing the knowledge openly. We showed the system, and we had a representative from military and members of the CPC turned up to see the technology. And it was interesting. For the first time, we could show something that I'm sure many of you have seen, and this is evolution in science. The system was shown to the knowledge seekers. This is one of the latest technologies which will change the course of humanity. What does it mean?
I don't remember seeing that during, other than pictures of it, I think were shown. Maybe there was some sort of a system like that there in Beijing. He said it was shown to the knowledge seekers. Maybe he's talking about the picture. Anyone recall this? He's mentioned this football. It may be a little bigger. It may be a little smaller. I'm thinking it's in a way, the wellness system, the video that we play. And you see the two chairs in there, and then they focus on the control system, and you see how big it is. It's the size of the Ubiso's, it looks like. So perhaps the development has reached, and he said you can see the transmutation of the physicality, the transportation of the physicality, and the transmutation of the soul of the man is within the system. So I'm thinking those wellness videos that we've seen, this, now I don't know if I'm correct or not. Let's just see if we can bring this up. This system right here is, you see I think they show the control panel at one point, but you can see the two passenger seats here, okay? So he's saying this new system, which will not be given to public for a while, I'm thinking this system here, you see this control panel with all these knobs, switches, dials, and the rest. I think it's a control panel, and a screen here for monitoring. I think this wellness system, am I showing it? Yes. This has now been reduced in size to this apparatus here. Anyone have any thoughts on that? Because he'll go on to say about creating atmospheres, and this provides everything man needs in the space.
Produces matter, it produces energy, it produces gravity, it produces magnetic field, it produces material. It creates an environment to sustain life. And what we did not show you, and you haven't seen public, it has a control panel like a flight control panel. Two seats, like pilots controlling it. And it'll go through his, what we call trials in coming days. We started the trial before the exhibition. And
so do you see a similarity with the two seats and the control panel? This is what I'm thinking, although that system that was called the wellness system, but he said the transportation and transmutation is within the system. I'm thinking that system has been reduced to two chairs, a control panel, and this sort of football-sized device. Any thoughts or comments on that?
This is the future of it. It's a solid state. There is no motors. There's nothing to interfere with it. And all the pipes and everything you see is control system to measure, to feed, to understand every changes. And it has an extensive, elaborate, what we call.
As he said, these pipes and tubes are to control, to feed, and to monitor what's going on in the system. So obviously they're introducing, again, I don't know what, but some of these are for monitoring, some of these are for feeding, some of these are for control, I suppose. Any thoughts? Anyone wants to add? Again, we're only seeing the exterior, but I think the exterior is perhaps quite empty as well. Justin Fields, as he said, they're rotating cosmic rays now, not anything connected to an electric motor or the matter state or one of those reactors. This is the far advanced technology.
Measurement systems, fields, and everything else. And this technology is not.
I'm going to play that again.
Is what we call trials in coming days. We started the trial before the exhibition. And this is the future of it. It's a solid state. There is no motors, there's nothing to interfere with it. And all the pipes and everything you see is control system to measure, to feed, to understand every changes. And it has extensive, elaborate, what we call measurement systems, fields, and everything else. And this technology is not and will not be in the hand of public for a long time to come. And as we showed, this system, as I explained in the what we call the process of the exhibition, and we showed live with it, that this system has already produced materials, which means we are out of what we call the dynamic systems, and we have produced in a substantial quantity materials which will replace this dynamic system. As I said, the dynamic system is obsolete, as we showed in the exhibition, and some of these motors were shipped into China in 2023 for Chinese military demonstration of the production of material. And now, 2 years, 3 years online, is converted to this. There's no dynamic system in this. It's a total solid state. And as we saw, I was shown, the system has already produced material. As I explained in the, what we call, in the section of the teaching, if you look at this and the powders you saw on the table, there's a big difference. This produces big chunks, and growth of the material is bigger, and they're not dust. And it's very much like creating meteorites. We have to develop this technology further and further in the coming time, but it's the huge breakthrough in the science. And this system, in its own condition, will create everything the man needs in space. It's the size of a football, maybe smaller, maybe larger, but has an integrated system inside it. It's taken us 40 years to develop this. The next step to this is to build within it a brain with a soul, with an emotion, which we can do. The knowledge is there, we've done it, but now we're trying to create a condition of the soul, which does not need a brain. But in a way, if you connect this to AI systems of the computers of today, then most probably will run themselves forever, because it can feed it, it doesn't need any outside energy sources and the rest of it. In a way, we should thank the Chinese community, especially the people who helped us to bring this technology in open. And at the same time, we will change the course in the coming time with many, many things. We sign agreements in the Market Corp. We are not there to run factories. We are not there to run operations. We are there to provide technology, research more deeper, and feed more. This technology, this exhibition of the production material will move to other cities in the coming time, in the next few months. Most probably Washington, and then we'll go to London, and we go to other capitals, Tokyo and the rest, to bring the change. As we put more things out, we develop more. And as I always said, this is the beginning of the knowledge. It is not the totality of knowledge. We just start learning. We haven't even learned the alphabet of the knowledge of this space. But it's a good point we showed in one of the most prestigious positions in China. And now we see the next step in development as the time comes. Going back to the teaching.
Okay, before we go back to the teaching, anyone want to share anything? I know some knowledge seekers were looking for a control system, and now I think he's actually going to throw in a couple of chairs as well. Any comments on that? The pilots will be given a control system, so maybe they'll start to create flight. Again, without a plasma system, you cannot create flight. So perhaps, again, this is all part of ingraining, perhaps. I don't know how long that'll take. Some people may become ingrained to it sooner, and some people may become ingrained to it later. or you just may experience it. But he said it won't be in the hand of the public. Any comments on this? Okay, should we go back to the teaching? We're learning more and more just by listening. And of course, Mr. Keshe sets the buffet and you can take whatever you like, but he seems to provide everyone equal the same amount. And maybe before I go that, just to keep you in a humble position, let's see. I could play it, but yet at the same time I can show. And this is just an overview of the, but that's not what I wanted to show. This is what I wanted to show. Let's make sure we're sharing that. So when he talks about, there was a question about underarm sweat glands and producing a lot of sweat, and sometimes there's an unpleasant odor. And this is only a few workshops ago. I would like to hear your opinion on this issue. 2 or 3 things, Mr. Keshe is responding. Don't use GANs which you think is going to help, because it will go for a few days and then it goes, because knowledge seekers have not learned how to use the GANs for this purpose. So is he saying we haven't even learned how to use the GANs as a deodorant or a deodorizer? Then, of course, he goes on to talk about this bicarbonate that was developed, I think it's a solid piece in New Zealand or something, but he said, don't pick the GANs that you think is right, which is going to help. It just doesn't seem possible that we haven't even understood the GANs enough to use it as a deodorant. Any comments on that? Just thought, keeping you humble. Okay, if not, we could actually look at a quick synopsis of the what the AI, and I don't know how to make this much bigger, but again, this is just an overview of the workshop. I'd like to go back to the teaching. Anyone else? Again, this is generated by AI without a emotion or a brain, and as he said, if you like listening to fairy tales, maybe we can just cover the highlights. A breakthrough in the Beijing exhibition. Make sure we're sharing this. Okay. And this is what we've covered. And again, this is one of the largest contracts, licensing contracts, $10 billion was signed. And this is just the opening. As he said, this is just the beginning of the knowledge. Even if you've been here for 10 years, apparently your journey is just beginning. Advanced space technology and star formation. Right, you can create the UFO with the star formation. I think the time becomes the top reactor. I don't know how that's all put together, but if you use the hidden knowledge, which is what he seems to be, in a way, it's up to you, of course, but to discover that hidden knowledge of the energy side of you, where you use the time to manipulate or to travel in time. So this is the advanced space technology. Again, nothing burning, no rockets, but it's just the change of magnetic fields. Understanding time and its role. Yes, this is what he was saying. This is a cornerstone of the creation, is understanding time. And apparently the creator operates at 0 time, and perhaps we do too. I think this is what he's been trying to, in a way, transfer to us. Does time really exist, or it exist when you create it, as you become the, in a way, observer and confirmation of the existence through magnetic fields, or matter state if you want the UFO. Any thoughts or comments on that? Believe me, I'm only carrying 1/1000th of 1/100000th of 1% of the knowledge, and I do need help. But I'm not looking for gurus. As he said, we don't need intermediaries anywhere on this planet or across the universe. Production of gold and cosmic rays, yes. Again, he said there are 2 more steps to convert the gold into matter state that you could actually sell to someone. But I think this was waving the flag in a way at, look what we can do with dinosaur technology, or we have done. Probably he's done this. I think that white material, he said he's done that a decade ago, even though it's again, all new to us. And of course, the dinosaur end of the technology that he was showing is just phenomenal to humanity, because even at the dinosaur level in the Keshe Foundation, we haven't understood, or the scientific community hasn't understood. And I don't know how much the knowledge seekers have understood. We've understood a lot more than before the Keshe Foundation. But again, he said this is 40 years of development, probably longer. So again, production of gold, will it come in the matter state? I know he told us in Sanya within 36 months, if the governments didn't get their act together, that he would teach children how to make gold, and they'd be making a kilo in their kitchen. I think, again, he's just showing this to show what it can do, as he referred to Africa. And now that they've gotten control of their gold mines, we don't want to, in a way, take it away from them. So I think this was, in a way, a shot over the bow for the scientific community and the world and religious leaders to realize that the knowledge is here on this planet and can be demonstrated. And of course, the advanced knowledge is still being worked on in the labs of the Keshe Foundation. But what was released is, again, beyond our comprehension. So think of the mining, as he said, what will end with the creation of materials without the heavy trucks and the digging and the processing and the rest of this. And of course, I think a lot of people have taken material home from this conference, and among ambassadors as well, which they're national laboratories. So maybe this is why, if the international press doesn't want to pick it up, we'll take the exhibition on the road. And then, as it's being covered in China right now, once it hits Washington or London, hopefully the press within those nations will cover it in a very large way. Or then the international press will probably pick it up. But we know a lot of these presses have a strong amount of control in what's released and what is shared, and the way they sort of shape you into thinking about certain conditions or certain things on this planet. Okay, shall we go back to the teaching on time? Anyone want to share their understanding at this point on time? Does time exist? This is what I've been, because he mentioned this a couple workshops ago, where he said, if time doesn't exist, then nothing exists. There's no place, there's no position, and there's no possession. It's just a change in the magnetic field strength. He said that's why we're manifesting as men. The soul is traveling in the universe. We come across this planet, we interact with its fields, and we manifest according to the condition of those fields. That's the only reason we look the way we look. But beautiful with this system, now you can go on the moon, create an atmosphere, not need a spacesuit, and be able to touch the love of the creation, as I see it. Any thoughts or comments? Is this too far-fetched? Is this beyond the imagination of the man? Is the man ready for this? I know Mr. Keshe said we're not ready for a number of things, but he's preparing us step by step. And we're all part of that, even if we're only doing a little bit of things around the Keshe Foundation. So don't feel that you haven't contributed enough. And of course, I think your best tool is your emotions and supporting the team and sharing the knowledge with the people that are open to it. And you don't have to hammer it on anyone, especially what Mr. Keshe said. We don't go out and look for people to come to the Keshe Foundation. In a way, they come to us through the soul. And this is the way, if we see an opportunity, you feel the soul is needing the knowledge. I don't think we're preaching. It's when someone starts to take interest and perhaps realizes that there's more to this planet than 3 meals a day and my job and my home and my family. And this is what we're all growing into at different speeds and different strengths. So everybody's in the right position, but at the same time, we're all growing. Back to the teaching on time. It's, let's see, I think it ends about 40. So this is close to 20 minutes. Shall we? Or would someone else like to bring something else or a different part?
Maybe I can talk a little bit about the gold making stuff. Actually, this is something that
I thought you were gonna mention the control system because this is one of your areas of research. But if gold is on the plate, let's have it.
Well, let's talk about gold a little bit. I mean, because making gold is a little bit more. It was discussed much earlier because we have to look at it. The gold that is being produced is not quite, as Mr. Keshe said, not the matter state gold that we know of.
Can I ask you a question, Mosfeq? Do you think he was sort of using that when he used to say, if you understand what I taught you today, you should make a kilo of gold by midnight tonight? Was this a hook in a way to play on our greed and our want to, become rich or something, as all these people always thought the goose with the golden egg? Did he play on our greed to sort of pull us in to the foundation in a way? Do you think?
Well, this game has been done by some of the, what do you call it, mystical school on the planet. Gold making, the knowledge of gold making exists. And there are stories about it, about these kind of people. And generally who learn how to make gold by that sort of mystical process, they tend to not progress. They get stuck with gold making. So in a way, this is a dangerous direction to pursue. So I will just leave it at that. But let's come to.
We shouldn't look for the goose or try to find the goose that laid the golden egg. This could.
Yeah, well,
get us stuck.
The problem is this: we have become the golden goose because you touch the material and it turns into gold. So there is some clue really what we are getting into, because if you look, I mean, if you hear Mr. Keshe talk about it, the gold has a strong relationship with the cosmic ray or cosmic ray material. How is that? So this is something that we can look at it a little more in detail. So if you look at gold is 196. Now, if you 196 is 14 times 14. So it's 14 carbon 14. Now, as the machine is producing much more than gold. So if you think about our amino acid, it's our skin. When we touch it, it turns into gold. Our amino acid provides them. Our skin provides the amino acid, which is 3 times 14. So if you subtract 14 times 3 times 14 now if you subtract 3 times 14 from 14 times 14 is 11 times 14. So some sort of material is, some sort of energy field level material is produced in that range. So this is so he's playing some games here, but the interesting thing is this: if we look at our understanding of nanomaterial and GANs, let's start from very basic, and then we can come to it. Actually, it's not that hard. So we have copper, which is a material. We are converting it towards energy state by making the nano. What did we do when we make nano copper? We changed the spacing of the material. And as we went to the extreme case of gas, where everything is separated, then we created gas as a gas in nanosolid state, which is GANs, which is they're all separated and they're puffed up, and they're now GANs. So it's still copper, but in a gaseous state, nanogaseous state. Whenever we hear the word nano, that means we are we are in the energy state. We are no longer in matter state, as in the case of nano. Now, the spacing that we have when we have nanocopper is slightly bigger, and GaNs is completely separate. Now, are there any intermediate spacing position in between these two? Yes. And the gold that we are getting from these machines, or other materials that we are getting from these machines, are in that state. The gas that was produced is in a similar state. It's in slightly spaced out energy state. And so this energy state is not exactly copper, but we can we can convert nano to copper back. So if we reduce the spacing, so we have to reduce the spacing of this energy state material more than nano copper to come to gold. And that's the two-step process. I can talk a little more, but I think we can at least get the understanding of how this gold that we are seeing is being produced, and what is this. From our basic understanding of GaNs and nanomaterial, we don't have to go very far. So this is something that I haven't heard people talk about it, but this is my understanding. And I have some experimental evidence to back it up. So that's all I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But
I got a question to you.
Yes, go on.
Oh, when you nano code, you open up the space gaps.
Yes.
And when you said you reduce the space gap, so that means you bring in the space gap.
No, it's not reducing space gap. I said when we do nano coating, we are increasing the space gap. But if we want to go back to copper, we have to reduce the spacing.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so how do you reduce the space gap? It's like you're contracting it, right?
Yeah, you apply gravitational field.
So does that inertia contribute to that? Because that's like, you said gravitational field, so that's something coming together. So you're introducing... Go ahead.
Yeah, in a measured way, you have to bring this closer together. It has to be a certain measurement. It's so the nanomaterial production using the caustic is actually a very precise controlled process. So we have to have a precise controlled process. The heat that our caustic introduced to copper is very precise. And we didn't melt the copper, or it didn't do anything. It just slightly changed it to nanomaterial. So the field that we are generating with caustic is bounded. It's bounded means it has a bandwidth. It's limited. So you can't go beyond that. So you can't really melt copper using this kind of heat. So it's kind of like this. You have a controlled way of changing. There is a controlled way of increasing the magnetical here with the caustic. So similarly, we have to go the other way.
Right.
A controlled way of going from nano to, let's say, copper. So in a sense, and this case, the goal that we have is further away from that state. Further in the sense that it is more towards GaNs. GaNs is the extreme condition of gas, which is everything is separate. All the atoms are separate, and we have this in our molecule. Let's leave it at molecule, because we are talking in a general sense. It's molecule.
Right.
So anyway, so we have to have a process to introduce the gravitational to bring the things closer, but in a very measured way. That's all. That's what I'm talking. So
that's really intelligent way to look and basic way to understand the teaching. And I like that. Going back to your factoring, 14 times 14, you said that's the atomic number of gold. Is that what you're saying?
196. 196. Gold is
196.
196. Yes. And that's 14 times 14, which is a very coincidental number, right?
Right. So that's what I was going to ask you. Is that coincident, or is that there's a logic to that?
Well, it's coincident in the sense that, iron is also kind of that kind of material. It's like, 4 times 14, right? Silicon is 2 times 14. So these are special material. These materials special in the sense that they're, when we make reactor, what do we use? We use glass. And glass is transparent to fields. And what is carbon-14? Carbon-14 is the spacing between the gravitational and the magnetic. It's in a way, it's essentially the gap between the magnetic field lines we see in our magnet when we put dust in it. You can think of it this way. This is the separation, because they have to be separate. And Mr. Keshe went into this and quite a bit of detail in one of the knowledge seekers workshop, and I don't remember which one. So there it exists that now that this is spacing. There is a spacing between the gravitational and the magnetical. It's not mixing together. There is always spacing. And the magnetical, essentially, the carbon-14 is a composition which creates that spacing. So carbon-14 is the spacing. The field of carbon-14 is the spacing. So, and anyway, this exists somewhere there. So these are some of the details that we have to kind of pay attention to. But the reason I said gold is special, because it's kind of like the same thing as silicon and iron. These are, natural material that we see a lot. Amino acid is another special material, which is 3 times 14. So 2 times 14, 3 times 14, 4 times 14, and then we have 14 times 14. There might be things in between, but we know of these things. But that's all I am bringing. The thing is that you can compose material using essentially carbon-14 material like gold, or you can break it down to use it as cosmic material. See if you can break one of these materials in an energy state. I'm not talking about matter state here. It's in an energy. As energy, you can manipulate them nicely, and you can use them to space your magnetical and gravitational. So what I think Mr. Keshe is heading towards is for us to develop an understanding. He talked about this, that Tesla is not enough. We have to understand the unit of fields such that we can do various manipulation of the fields. That's where we are heading. This is the reason why I'm mentioning this. We have to understand.
What is that unit of fields? Because
he hasn't talked about it. He just said.
What do you think? What do you think?
I thought he said a plasmatic Tesla we need.
Yes, that's what he said. Plasmatic Tesla, Mark. Yes, you remember it well. And
yeah, he said plasmatic Tesla. Yeah, but
yes.
It's just a name he put there. I don't think we are understanding it now as plasmatic, because we just know the unit of Tesla as the highest.
Yes. So the reason I'm mentioning carbon-14 spacing is that it is somewhat related. I think this is my feeling. We'll see in a short time, I'm sure, that there is a relationship between the cosmic ray, which is for carbon-14, and the unit that we are going to get exposed to. So anyway, these are some of my random thoughts. But
beautiful.
I'm trying to. My generally I tend to get to the basic as quickly as I can. And so this is and I'm sharing my understanding. It's
Correct.
not the Bible. Just some the MOSFET's understanding of the, but it's coherent.
No, it's good. It's good. I like it, and that's the essence. That's why we're here to rock brains, and you're breaking it down. And I was thinking in the same direction. I just wasn't sure how to connect it. Now,
that's great.
Going back again, just one last question before you go. When carbon-14 could be described as the apparent third ray. Because remember, Mr. Keshe said there's a ray between the magnetical and gravitational. And that middle one is the third ray that can always go in either direction. Is that so?
Yes. Yes. It goes either direction. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I hope this helped.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, as you said, your understanding. And so that between the magnetical and the gravitational, this is the MAGRAV condition?
The field,
between.
Yeah, you have to, the between is that you have to keep these separate. The two flow has, essentially they have to be separated. So the separation is determined by carbon-14. And so as we go, but it is not a hard and fast rule. It's only applicable at the level of the universe. Beyond the level of the universe, we get into carbon-16. So Mr. Keshe also mentioned that he's not only producing carbon-14, but he's also producing carbon-16. So both are happening.
Yeah, he said this gold is a cornerstone in creating things as well in the universe. So there's something, as you say, special about this.
Yes, and so let's see. I mean, I think he hinted several things, and I'm trying to relate what he talked about with our understanding of the material and GANs and nanomaterial and all these things together. So plus, remember when people were using reactor to form gold, and Mr. Keshe was saying, no, they won't form gold quite as easily because, when you run the two reactors, there is the motor has this field, and which is essentially creating some copper, iron, and all the things that are in the motors. And then he talked about bracketing of the fields and how you can bracket the fields to produce gold. This was quite some time ago. It was when Peter was running his reactors, I remember. And he even mentioned at that time that it has many materials and gold might be there. That's what I remember. But the bracketing of the field is essentially you have to bring something in between. The two reactors are creating a vast number of fields as their fields rub with each other. But in order to extract the field, we were putting GANs and amino acid in between the two reactors. That's what he was talking about. So why GANs? And so essentially you are trying to bring down, or bring down means bring fields from between the two reactors to a matter state. So you have to create a condition to bring it to matter state. And GANs and amino acid of gold was used. Mr. Keshe suggested it. I remember, and that's the bracketing of the field. And remember, when you go next to MAGRAV, you extract the energy you need. He always talks about that. What is this? In case of gold, we are just bracketing for one material. But in case of when we go, we are actually bracketing a whole range of material that we need in physicality. So, and not just physicality, it's also in energy state, like what our energy side of us need. and it comes from, for example, emotion. So we are actually by standing between the reactors, we are bracketing the fields for what we need. So this is a much more complex bracketing. It's a vast range of fields we're creating a bracket for a vast range of fields for them to manifest either in physicality or in energy state, for it to flow. Anyway, I hope that I'm not confusing too much, but this is something that's from much earlier teaching, and it relates to what we are doing now. So that's why I'm saying. So the flight system that we are getting exposed to, in a way, we have been exposed to it. But anyway, now how do we bracket it? We have to make our choices where we want to fly. So we set the bracket by our emotion. This is what we want. We want to go to, let's say, New York. We bracket the field, and then we are capable of transferring this energy to us to essentially create our, what do you call it, walking stick support.
When you say brackets the fields, you are creating a range, right?
Yes, yes, what you're saying, you're just using a different language, but it's the same thing. You're cutting the rays into chunks of gold, let's say. So the field strength of gold. Gold is just not one field strength. It's the whole isotope range of gold, right? And
Correct.
So similar, same thing with iron. But as it happens, one of the isotope is 14 times 14, which is the stable isotope of gold. And I'm not going to go into this too much, but if we look at isotopes, and Mr. has actually mentioned this, that isotopes, stable isotopes means is the time is slowed down as we go towards move away from the stable isotope. We actually either the gravitational magnetical is too much, that means the energy exchange is too much, so it becomes unstable. So the half-life or the time that it lasts is like in milliseconds and even microsecond range for some of the isotopes. But stable isotopes is staying there. That means the energy exchange with the environment is minimal. That's why it's stable. The time is here we see the control of time by magnetical and gravitational fields within the material. And isotopes of material is a very good way of understanding time, because things near the stable isotopes are less stable, means they last a little bit of time. But as we move further away from it, they last in a very small time range, like millisecond, even nanosecond, whatever the measurement is. So we see the time changing as we change the energy structure within the material by introducing or eliminating neutrons. So it's the internal structure that changes, where the number of neutrons and protons interaction gets altered, and as a result, the time gets altered. So it's a very interesting example of time. So I'll just mention it and I'll leave it at that, and we can talk further in future. But
thank you, Master. I know he said that we could play with the half-life of things by introducing.
Exactly. How do we play half-life of things? We introduce. We take out neutrons. This is how we play with half-lives. So we can do exactly the same thing with our emotion. Now think of it this
When we come in balance with our environment, he was saying this is where you can go in the thousands and trillions of years, but we haven't reached that point yet.
Well, it's not that far away. In a way, the isotopes gives us hint of how to do it. Essentially, we limit the interaction of the field. I will give you an example which actually I have implemented, and I'll tell you what it is.
Sure.
Is that razor blade? I talked about razor blade. Razor blade, in order to keep the sharpness, I use a GaNs material which has a lot of iron component to it so that it matches. And so my razor blade lasts a long time now for that reason, because at the edge of the razor blade, what you have is the field interaction with the rest of because the structure is so thin and ragged, it easily interacts with the environment, which is the rubbing with our skin or whatever we use the razor for. And so if we supply more energy, then the blade structure holds. Otherwise, the razor's edge is so thin that interaction with the outside is much easier. So the blade loses its sharpness. So you can slow it down considerably by using a material, GaNs material, which can supply energy to the razor blade. And so you can do it with thoughts, and you can do it with GaNs as well. I mean, either way. But this is experimental. This is experimental that I have done, and I have results. It lasts a long time. So I give you an example of minimizing interaction with the outside environment, because the environment is a factor in our manifestation, and our aging process relates to it. So if we can minimize the interaction or supply the lost energy in whichever direction, gravitational or magnetical, we can sustain the material in its form, in its original form, or bring it to that original form by providing the necessary energy. So anyway, so I hope some hints I gave, and I hope it's helpful for everybody to understand the changes in the material world in terms of magnetical and gravitational, such that its lifetime, the speed of time, can be controlled. Anyway, so I addressed.
Thank you for sharing your understanding, MOSFEX. As Mr. Keshe said, it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to open up this knowledge.
But think in terms of practical things get easier. Like I gave the example of the blade, razor blade, because it's a very practical and useful thing. Anybody can test it.
Is that what he was talking about? He said we can stop materials from being produced?
Well, he was saying stop material from disintegrating. See, I mean, you can disintegrate by losing energy or gaining energy. You can see that in isotopes. In one direction you gain energy, one direction one direction is gravitational, one direction is magnetical. It's losing energy. So when it loses energy, it can no longer hold the integrity of the material. So it's unstable. Similarly, when you get extra energy, you then no longer have the same condition. So you convert to something else. So you lose the integrity of the material. So this is what the isotope thing is. And the blade example is also the same thing. It's losing energy. If why do we age? We don't have the same level of energy. If we can maintain the same level of energy, we won't age.
So is the sun playing a role in this process, do you feel?
Everything in our environment is playing a role. And the more we kind of mess with the environment, like when we eat and eat more, we're actually bringing energy and also releasing energy of whatever we don't need. So we are the less we do, the less eating, less breathing we do, the more easy to sustain. Or we can use cosmic energy to replenish everything. If we feed from cosmic energy, it's direct. So you can maintain the same level of energy that you want. Just like the blade. It's directing the energy in a certain way
you slow down the decay of the blade. Or added materials to it to keep its sharpness.
Yeah, no, I haven't added any material. I just keep the energy enough for material to stay the same way. Same way with our physicality, we can do the same thing. All right, enough talking.
Amazing, beautiful. Yeah, we're all adding our understanding to it. And that's what will help open this knowledge up. And of course, now we'll go to the time teaching, which should just bring us a little past the 9 p.m. Central European time, and we'll do the Dome of Peace. Shall we listen to the teaching?
You go ahead with the teaching because I have another class.
Thank you. Thank you for your service to the community.
But it was fun being here.
Great. And you're always welcome for dinner whenever you're here.
Okay. If it's cosmic ray material, why not?
Got it.
All right. Bye-bye.
Any other thoughts or comments or questions? Or shall we just go to the teaching and see what we can absorb from this teaching of time? Again, we have to redefine our definition of time. And it's up to you to open that door.
And what we started with and what we do good, and we are very good at it, is explaining the technology creation of the science and what we call the future of man. In the past few weeks, we talked and we taught about what we call time. Maybe to you and many knowledge seekers, time is something just as there. I have lunch, I have break, I have time to meet and the rest of it. But the process of a time is one of the most important factors in the world of creation. What does it mean? As we say, we have the place, you have the position, and you have a position, and with it you create time. Place is the body of the man. The place is the body of the man. The position is muscle tissue of the heart.
Did anyone get that, or is that the emotions he's referring to? The muscle tissue of the heart as the position? Okay.
And gravitational magnetic field of the circle.
He's scaling it down.
Let's say
Yes,
It's just an example. He's scaling it down. So he's using that scalable.
Yeah, I was thinking the emotions around the heart and so on, where the emotions gather. But he said the cell
emotions is the same thing.
He's talking about muscular heart tissue. This is what threw me off.
No, it's just like macro and micro. He's scaling it down. He's using the place as the body of the entire body of the man. So this is all scalable. Just look at it that way.
Isn't the heart within the body? Why is he saying the second reactor of position is the tissue within the heart wall?
Well, if you're looking at the body as the place, then the same way you look at the universe as the planet as the place. So it just is scalable. Looking at the entire body as a place, and then parts of the body, like an organ, as a position comparable to us, human being, and or a dog
living in a place, the planet Earth. So it's just scale. Look at the scale.
Okay, thank you, Ike. Anyone else? If not, we'll go back.
So in general,
Go ahead.
the place of mankind, in general, is mankind. And then we get into the position, and that's when we identify each of us.
Okay, I'm going to just play that again, about a few seconds. We'll just go back. Okay. Let's see if we can start here.
Place is the body of the man. The place is the body of the man. The position is muscle tissue of the heart and gravitational magnetic field of the structure of the amino acid, let's say 2 Tesla and 1 Tesla gravitational and 1 magnetical, that it gives us what we're looking for. When the energy finds the place and the strength, then it creates a life. The time of that cell starts in that position of the body. The structure of the brain of the man, the structure of physicality of the man has dictated what strength this material will arrive. The body of the man has created the condition of what will be in condition in respect to his environment. And the position has decided that how this will interact between the outside and inside. Then the life of the cell starts. In the appropriate time which the body can interact with the environment outside to be able to keep safe the cell and the body, the internal organs of the body, needs a given field of strength that this cell can last 28 days on the skin of the man. Now you see how the time played. The time is decided by the strength of the magnetic field of the cell, decided by the magnetic field of the environment surrounding the cell, and then decided by the body which contains that cell. So the interaction of the three decides 28 days the skin cell will stay, or the heart cell will go. Then we understand how the glands and thyroid gland works, how thalamus and other part of the body dictate what energy goes in there, that the energy given to this, what we call the lymph, at this position of the body, as the skin of the man, in the body of the man, will interact and live in the environment of the totality. Once man understands this, time plays a main factor, even in the life of the man. What you give to the soul of the man, that the soul of the man gives the soul of physicality of the man, which creates the interaction of the physicality of the man with his environment, that dictates how many years man can live. So if you can increase the magnetic gravitational field, the strength of the soul of the man, the integrity of the soul of physicality of the man, you have increased the lifetime of the man. On the other hand, when you have what we call monoenergetic systems, very much what this means is that in this matter, in this condition, we have a condition of composition, 28 days dictated by other bodies which are not the same. Cell in the body of the man, which itself lives in an environment. When you come to, let's say, a condition of the magnetic field of the matter state, which is all the same, more or less everything is the same, every cell is the same, combination cannot change, then the totality of the combination of the cells, or what we call atoms, in respect to its environment, has an ongoing and ingoing. What it means now, the position is the stone or the metal. The position is being which within this structure, and then the magnetic field, the position. And this rate of in and outgoing and a balance between the cells dictates a fixed time because the surface is too big. The structure of the molecules energy is too high, then dictates inflow and outflow, which can be fully balanced because it's there. You cannot change anything with it. This we call, in the world of the physics, half-life decay. Then again, you see how time played. The strength of the magnetic field of the cell in respect to the structure of it and the environment with place, position, and position dictates time. Now, one understands if in the world of even nuclear, we create a stronger magnetic field in the environment of the cell, we can change the half-life. The half-life given on this planet by the scientific world is in the structure of the magnetic field, gravitational field of the planet. Even the argument has been always that is a half-life the same in China, and is a half-life the same on the top of the Everest, or is it a half-life the same in the bottom of the ocean? Because it's so fractionally so, we haven't had so accurate system to measure this. But in fact, the environment dictated by the planet Earth, which affects the half-life of the atom on this planet. Then you see the structure of the time, if one understands, can be changed. If you create a condition of the different gravitational magnetic field in the environments of the nuclear materials, you can change the half-life, because now you change position, or you change the magnetic field of the position, or you change the magnetic field of the place. In the future, although science will be able to, in a way, develop technologies which, with this position, place, and a position, new life in the dimension of the man will be created, what we know as cosmic ray radiation. In the laboratories of the Keshe Foundation, we already produce this radiation. The technology, the know-how is in our grasp. We have in a way developed the technology to do so. But for man to understand the future of the space technology, man needs to understand time. You cannot have a time travel, but you can travel in time. By changing gravitational magnetic field strength, you can change, in a way, dimension, the position, and the rest. The reality is, one we look at, is very simple. If I keep the place, which is the body of the man, I change the position, change it from the cell in the heart, or the cell in the skin, on the cell in the kidney, or change it to a cell on a bone of the man. It's the same lymph. It's how, which magnetic field spectrum of the lymph was used by the thalamus to create the position of the and magnetic field strength of the cell that will cover that position. Could be cell in the bone, could be cell in the kidney, And now we understand how even our lives in our body is controlled and created, where we eat all the food into our stomach, we change it to energy and lymph, and then the lymph, according to the field strength and the change in the strength of magnetic field of the lymph spectrum, will allocate given field spectrum to a given position, and the place is the body of the man. Then the life of the cell is dictated. Now we understand how we live as humans, how our body cells are created in a time, place, and position. Then in a way, when you create a magnetic field in this condition, in this position, once the cell is created in a given environment, then the energy, once it's vacated, will be filled up by what is to come in as even a spectrum. This is what the world of science has not understood, and maybe it's good to understand now. When we see a magnet, as I said, we see many, many fields going out of it. Each of these fields is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, and 10, and 20 Tesla, let's say. Between 5 and 6 Tesla belongs to the heart. Between 10 and 11 Tesla belongs to the bone. So when we receive a lymph, then on the spectrum of its strength, the position and the time starts, which means a full spectrum. When we talk about in the world of the science of the man, there is 1 trillion, let's say, cells in the body of the man, then the lymph has 1 trillion magnetic field strength combination, which the magnetic field combination of, let's say, 1 and 6 makes the cell of the inner skin of the muscle. And once it's dictated in the condition of the fields, is replaced immediately by creation of the replacement of the field energy. What this means, it means once you move one, another one replaces. And if you understand this process, and if you become familiar with the working of it, then you see what I always said. You give me a man with 2 kidneys, which one is gone missing, you taken out. I create a place, position, and I can create that kidney. The time starts when I get all the factors right, when every aspect of the plasmatic magnetic field of the, what we call the lymph, has decided. In a way, if you look at the thalamus and thymus, all they do in combination with each other, they decide which is going where and what magnetic field is needed to increase 1 to number 3 or 1 to number 4. So now you understand how in the world of creation, time is the most important factor, because it's not by the element itself which decides the life of a cell. It's not by the element itself which decides the half cycle life of an atom. Is the interaction of the field of it with its place and position, and a position which dictates the time. Can we change time in the future? Can we bring the time by increasing or changing one of the 3 factors of the place, position, and the position, and create to see how that cell in the future, in the same given environment, will show? In fact, maybe we might be able to do it for a few hours or a few days, but if you understand the gravitational magnetic field of the Earth continuously is changing, you understand the gravitational magnetic field of the, what we call the position where the man is continuously changing, it will be very hard to predict and to travel a man in time of itself to the future of itself, because you have to create all increase or change, reduction in gravitational magnetism of the place, or increase in dimension of the magnetism position, that by change of the position, you can create a new time. In this process, man will come to understand time does not exist. Time is zero till, in fact, the combination of the place, position, and position is clarified and is fully understood. In the future, man will be able to use this to create time, to live and be able to exist in different plane of time in a way you can coexist in 3 dimensions of time. If you can create that all cells of your body can interact with 3 dimensions of magnetic gravitational fields of a new place, new position, or new position. Spiritual time in the coming time will be one of the most important factors in the life of man in space. In fact, what this means is very simple. You do not need to time travel. By creating the right gravitational magnetic field of the position, you travel the time. This is how we see stars in the universe instantaneously. As the time is zero and is instantaneous, this historical claim of the 10,000 light years is for those who have not been enlightened, and they live in a matter state. In the energy state, it's instantaneous. It's dimension of understanding of the totality. And in so many ways, man will come to understand the reality about the creation, the creator, and the process of the creation once man understands the game of time. Then you understand why in the past we always refer to star formation. This is how the stars are created. This is, in fact, if you understood, you can, by measuring the field strength of your soul, dictate, understand where it'll have its position, where it'll have its position, and where it has its place. This is why man will change. If you go back into the teaching of past years, with this knowledge and technology, man will change the face of his conduct, because he knows if he's moving away further in a place from the Creator, or a closeness to him, to be loved, to be receiving more of. And this will affect the future of man, because he still be in the, what we call the position of this universe, and this position of magnetic field dictates the time from its creator, dictates the position from its creator, dictates the condition of understanding the totality of the work of the creation. Life without time does not exist. Life without position of the time cannot be and shall not be, and it cannot be done. In a way, you decide the position. Just 1 second, please. I have something happening here. 1 second.
As he said, it's a heavy teaching, but we're absorbing some of it.
So one, with this process, understands what we've been teaching. The star formation is not just for a space travel. Star formation is travel in time. If you are physical, you create the UFO. If you understand the process of the soul, you can create the time. And if you understand this process, then you understand how the structure of the presentation in Beijing was set. In a way, each reactor was loaded differently. In a way, everything was set to create a time. And the center reactor is the creator of the time. In flight, it becomes the top reactor, where the field strength being equal in all three will dictate where that position of the soul shall be and what time that soul will be in that position. In a way, synchronizing the three, you dictate the time which is the present and which is physical and is in manifestation. But if you learn in the future to play with different factors of time, then you can fly the span of the universe, universe, and right through every position to the center of the Creator's heart by just changing one position. Because you dictate the strength of the field of the time, the position of the time, and when the time starts. This is rather important for us to understand that now you had the option to go with a donkey. You had the option now to go with UFO. You thought those people in the space are so advanced. You understood that you can travel with the energy of the soul. And if you understand this, you can travel at a zero time. As the time does not exist, to the strength of the soul of the man dictates is the strength, and which of the millions and billions of field strength within it is to be used. Either way, if you choose the field strength of the, let's say, 1 to 10, you will manifest in time 1. If you choose to use the higher strength, 1 to 20, you manifest in 10 to the power of the 10 minus. Because you're going up a higher order, you move closer to the Creator. In a way, when you are in that condition, you give more to receive more. And that gravitational magnetic field of the time and the place will affect the time of manifestation and the position and the place. In the future, I will explain this factoring with order of magnitude. And then maybe in another time we'll teach you why men nowadays live longer. Because man is playing with a factor in life. We are eating higher, rich, saturated materials which carry a higher strength magnetic field, which this in change increases the time in the life of the man, moves it further for the whole system to collapse, for the soul to be free. In a way, man is buying himself time, but what it does not do, the possession, which is the physicality of the body of the man, in the cell of the structure of the man, and the place which is this, what we call the man itself, has not found the balance with his environment. And once man finds that balance, man will live for thousands of years. And this is why the soul of the man is limitless in time, because he knows what to give and he knows what to receive. And in that time has not much to lose. So the field position always stays the same. In the future of the science of the teaching, we'll open new chapters for man to understand the creation and the Creator, where again goes back to what? If you're interested in physical life, I'll give you the UFO. If you're interested in having what has been hidden from you to work within the what we call physical dimension of the man, but in the dimension of his energy, we taught you about the soul of the man. And if you really want to live in the dimension of the creation and the Creator, the time, and how He has created, how to create, and in a way, if you understand, is time in the whole of the universe is zero. We become observer of the position of the interaction of the fields, but then it goes back to one thing, that which field strength came, at what position, what place, to create the time. Where is the beginning of the time? As is it 13.5 billion they changed their mind, the scientists, and it was 4.5 billion till a few years ago? And is it trillions of years? But man has not seen the true time. Man only sees one phase of the time in the gravitational magnetic field position of the system. What happened if we change this, and the time of the man will become trillions of years? So our universe, our life, our creation is not billions. It runs in trillions by the time of the man. But man has to find the field strength of the creator to bring that to the position of zero, to become part of, to be as has been. Being zero, reaching that 0 point, is the what we call the creation of the creator. I hope I open your eyes into a new dimension of life. And I hope now you understand why time is there. We don't time travel. We travel into the time. We travel the time to create life, to create confirmation of existence, and to bring about the biggest change in the life of the man. I made man in the image of myself. Time for me is never been, shall never be. I'm everlasting, as there is no time for me to last into, but I last the whole of the time. Maybe as knowledge seekers, you come to understand your journey of the knowledge has just begun, and not 10 years ago. And then maybe for those who are enlightened, understand the process of the creation through the time of the creation, which is the outcome of the interaction of the field of the place, the possession, and the position. Teaching of today is very heavy. If you understand it, becomes heavier in the truth of what it is. But for those of you who have not understood, you're still in the time travel of the man's imagination of the matter factor and not understanding the work of the energy. One day we all mature. It's just when we accept the truth. We go for a small break.
Okay, anyone would like to comment on this heavy teaching? And yes, we heard what Gail said about the coexist in 3 dimensions of time, perhaps more. But it appears the Creator is calling us back in a way to Himself by, who would have ever thought, by understanding this process of time. And to get to that 0 time factor, that was this diagram right here, I think he said. But as he said, it's coming in the future. We're going to learn more in the future to play with time and understand the reality by understanding this, more about the reality by understanding this game of time. But already this whole idea of light years and 2,000 light years and 10 or a million light years, these are all for the people that operate in the matter state. They haven't gone into that energy dimension yet. And as they do, I think they'll start to realize that a lot of these things are rubbish. And unless you're in the matter state, as he said. Anyone have a thought or a comment before we go to the Dome of Peace, followed by Alex's teaching?
Actually, I do have a comment.
Please.
Yes, so I'm going to be doing a lot of talking after the Dome of Peace, but what I'd like to say at this point in time is that this particular teaching was most gratifying because there is an anomaly which I ran into a long time ago, had to do with the conventional science and how some of the new theories were in, it appeared to be in conflict with those shall we say, rules of science, or the understanding of the conventional science, and so it became like a tennis game where the scientists would rebuke, through skepticism, and then the new scientists would be put under pressure to try and show the new horizons. While I'm sure all of us on the panel here are very excited about the prospect of the new technology coming, the big deal from this particular presentation was that those who are in opposition to the conventional science are going to be in opposition to what he just described. And I saw that actually happen very, very recently, very, very quickly, and very, very shockingly. And I say this because it was shocking to me. The point is that if you have a certain knowledge and you are given new knowledge, would you continue to depend on the old knowledge? If the new knowledge made your life better, then it isn't just a question of abandoning the old knowledge, but adding to it in such a manner that it reflects the betterment of the quality of life. So for some, they don't see it that way. They see that as losing their esteem, their
money stack.
Yeah, their money stack, but the money stack itself is a representation of power. And we know that you never have a big enough money stack because in the past we've noticed multimillionaire bankers jumping off of out the window of skyscrapers because they weren't at the tippy top. They were just the next level. So as you go up in those type of levels, if the one below you disappears, then that exposes you, and then it's your turn next. And this is the fallacy of the conventional science. So with the new science, they're trying to demonstrate that, and in many ways, it is a demonstration of again power and pseudo power. But that becomes another limiting factor. All it is you move from one limiting factor to a higher state, and you introduce a new set of limiting factors. And the movement that caused you to go from the lower energy state to the higher energy state is now abandoned. And what Mr. Keshe has just done is he's shown how we can get to the next stage, and it becomes extremely important because those who are imposing limiting factors are going to suffer, because with those limiting factors you cannot advance. And this is what was shocking to me, is that those who are supposedly advanced are introducing limiting factors, which is going to hinder their advancement. So this becomes a contradiction, and it introduces another level of hypocrisy. So this is where the truthfulness is going to have to come out, that if we are indeed willing to pursue advanced knowledge, we have to be simultaneously willing to abandon limiting factors. And I think all of us, when we look in the mirror and ask ourselves that question, we will have a shudder, because there will be trepidation in doing that, because it certainly takes you out of your comfort zone. So it doesn't matter where you like to play. That is your comfort zone. But as we move along through the teachings and through the advanced knowledge, we go into new comfort zones. And that is the key, that these are comfort zones. So our attitude has a very important part to play in that. So that this is not something where it's going to be disruptive. What is disruptive are those who seek advanced knowledge only to be in a position where they can be more of a stopper. Thanks, Mark. I just want to let's put it this way. I just want to timestamp the fact that this particular class is probably one of the most important classes since any of us have been with the foundation, because it has gone into an area where, yes, we've had opposition, but those who were supportive may also turn opposition because it's upsetting their perfect world as well. So they would, however, be more open to discussion. But I was kind of shocked to find that resistance was still remaining, despite the fact that there was some kind of claim to advanced technology. So in other words, if you're the captain of a UFO, you might not be happy with this technology, because we have new captains. Thanks, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just amazing that people work in science when they say the science is settled on this matter. I don't think anything is ever settled. If they look at the history of science and scientists and the rest, nothing is, it's all a progress of expansion of knowledge. But apparently they felt they've reached the pinnacle and want to stick to that position. So this will be hard in a way, but I think they'll relent in time as more and more. But we're prepared for that as well. As Mr. Keshe said, we're not out of choppy waters, so to speak. There'll be multiple ways of people opposing this, as we saw with Tesla and the other scientists. And some of those bankers or others, Alex, they may have had a little help from their friends in jumping. I'm not so sure about if they've all done it voluntarily. But yes, the scientists should know science is always, man will never fly, man will never go to the moon, and so on and so forth. All these other things have come to realize, we've come to see it in the world of science, but mostly in the matter state. Now we're jumping into this energy dimension idea, and it's hard for people to separate the two. But this is part of the teaching, that we're an entity operating in two, probably more dimensions, but we're just exploring the matter state and the energy dimension at this point. Let's go to create the Dome of Peace, which is part of the whole process of you exploring your energy dimension. If I can just bring that up, we'll go to the first step, of course, is releasing the GANs waters. And you can release them in any shape or form you want. Collectively, we're doing this on Sunday, but you can do it multiple times on Sunday and multiple times any day. And of course, as he said, the GANs has this characteristic, seems to know where to go and what to do to provide what's needed. And we've seen this using it on ourselves, and also as we are elevating the soul of this planet into another position. And we thank the sun for being involved in all the other systems that are contributing to this elevation of this planet to join the universal community. So this is the first step, releasing GANs water, something for the physicality to do. And let's just play it through.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? With a nice voice. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, thank you, Stefania. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And again, very straightforward. If you're not familiar with GANs making, you can contact one of the knowledge seekers or go on the Keshe Foundation wiki. There's a lot of examples. It's very easy to do. And add your beautiful intentions, your peaceful intentions to that GANs water and then release it, and it will carry your emotions in a way with it. But it seems to already have that ability to go where it needs to go and to do what it needs to do. That's one of its characteristics. So now we'll take, so that's for the physicality. Now we'll go to this energy dimension, which again, we're just opening up this mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. But this is part of it, collectively working together at 9 p.m. or in this session, Central European Time, or at any time. You can add and elevate other souls, and of course in that process you become nurtured as well. So this is the second step of creating the Dome of Peace, and as we understand, it's not a day job. It's not going to be over tomorrow, but we continue, and apparently the planet, the soul of this planet, its inhabitants need a lot of energy. And so this is what we're doing through this process with the physicality and through the collective energies of ourselves. As he said, together we're stronger. So we do a larger amount of work, I think, as a collective, or we have a broader spectrum of fields. That's probably a better way to put it. So here is the second step, and feel free to join us every day, 9 p.m., soul level, energy level, whether you're there for a nanosecond or a minute or whatever you can be. Don't worry about your physicality distracting you, as you can work in the physicality while still conducting this exercise if you choose to, or if you have to, if you're driving, or if you're making dinner, or changing the baby, or shopping, whatever you're doing. If that time comes along, don't feel you have to find a quiet, secluded place to do this. This is just switching over to that energy dimension, which this is the idea of us being a chameleon and being able to switch between the two. And this is what we're trying to master in a way, and understand the energy dimension, which again, even the scientists who keep telling us it's 200 million light years, so they're continuing pushing you into the matter state understanding. But this is where the Keshe Foundation and this scientific revolution, I should say, is going to open up completely the energy dimension. And we saw the materials being created maybe as meteors or dust. Many times we hear a meteor as a grain of dust, but now he's moving into much bigger production of materials. As he said, no more dust. Now they're sort of creating asteroids in a way, much larger objects. But this is the second step. Collectively, we join our energies together.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shweta. And as she said, the Dome of Peace is already here. We're just going to strengthen it and add to the elevation of the souls involved. I'm going to leave this background up. Let's just collectively switch over to this energy dimension and take 2.5 minutes and collectively add all our fields to the process. I think the fields also know where to go and what to do in a way as we direct them towards the soul of these world leaders and religious leaders, not necessarily the man itself, but we add to the soul. If the soul is willing to pick it up, it will change a dimension within the dimension of physicality, and hopefully that will become enlightening, that they can start to realize that this is the new way, the better way, the improved way, the plasma way to go in moving forward this planet to peace. So let's just take 2.5 minutes and we'll start now. And thank you all for your continued contribution. And participation in this process. It will go on indefinitely until we reach the soul of the collective awareness and we all start giving, I think, and then we'll create a position of change. It may not take all of us, it may only take a percentage of us, but we're still trying to reach the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, we'll create that position. And so thank you all again, and please continue the process as you choose. And now the amazing Alex Skoric will be joining us and sharing some knowledge. Alex, if you're ready to go or more than ready to go, we welcome you.
And thank you so much, Mark. You did such a fine job here. So on this beautiful long weekend, shall we just get into the business right now, please?
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
We're just waiting for that other screen to come down. We're still seeing the disclaimer. But thank you again, Alex, for your continued participation in these teachings as well. We're all adding to the knowledge in a way.
And isn't that something?
No, it's becoming more commonplace these days. As I said, I don't know what happened. The system took over, started playing another video, and then I lost a couple of things I had already had arranged to show. So Rick has experienced the same sort of issues. So this is something else going on in the system, I feel. But many times, as we know, it's not so much the arrow, but usually the Indian, meaning me.
Oh my God, I don't know what's happened here.
Okay, we're patient. And we also have the option of pausing the recording, which is an option if you'd like to get things arranged, and then we'll just resume recording.
Yes, I've lost my, I don't know why I've lost my microphone.
Forward to this computer. Hopefully it's
well done.
Okay, here we go. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you, Alex. Glad you found what you needed.
Yeah, I found the presentation. So thank you all for enjoying it. The good news is everyone had a little bit of an extended break, but you know, the conversation has been very, very heavy, and thank you very much, Mark, for everything that you've been doing. And I also want to thank all the panelists who have lingered here to make sure that this meeting is as strong as it is. We do broadcast all 6 continents. We probably broadcasted the 7th one as well. But the point is that things have radically changed. Things are moving ahead, And it's very appropriate that we have a long weekend now here in Canada. It's called the May 2-4 weekend. That's not the official term. That is just the generally accepted term. In Canada, very important excuse for our holiday. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing basic nanotech. And interestingly enough, we're talking about nanostars today. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is May the 18th, 2025. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So I want to thank you again for being here, because we are in a new era, and everything up until now has been an old era. And what it's been trying to do is to impart knowledge that would reflect the new era. And it's always very difficult to do that because we're reluctant to leave our old behind. But we've had thousands of hours of teaching, and so now the onus is really fallen on our shoulders to not only bridge from the knowledge of the old technology to the new technology, but also to condense it in a more refined manner. And we have to understand that each of us has to do it in our own way. But we do have to have a basic understanding. So these classes are trying to distill the knowledge in such a way that are in more bite-sized pieces. But we have to move ahead. And at the same time, we have to be putting out the welcome mat for all the new knowledge seekers who will be coming and who will be shocked by the revelations of this week, where we have put a new light on the way gold is being produced. So take from it what you will, but you have to take from it, because the other members of the human race are dependent on you. We have all been dependent on the books of Marantava Keshe, like in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. It was confounding for us to understand how that was book number 1, where you have these 3 fields coming together, the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter, to create one field of the creation of matter. And of course, there's always a question as to where these fields came from. Because to us, the creation of matter was the origin. But the creation of matter is not the origin, it's the product. And so therefore, that energy came together to create this product, and hence we need the structure of light as outlined in book number 2. But this structure of light has to have a structure so that it can be able to move from one structure to another structure. And each of these structures happen to be a universal order of creation of matter. So there is a difference, although the matter itself is undifferentiated. And this is a comment that is going to come to the foreground more and more, because the question is, how do we differentiate? And so when we look at book number 3 and we look at the origin of the universe, there is something that is quite telling here, is where the one universe breaks up into 2 universes. And so we talk about this, the origin of the universe, and yet it's book number 3. And it's book number 3 because it continues from the basic knowledge that we have, which is actually in the matter state. And our point of view.
Sorry, that's my mistake. I was just trying to find that original video and put it in the chat. Sorry, Alex.
Okay, just carry on.
Yes, please. I'm just trying to copy the URL and put it into the chat. Thank you.
Excellent. So the creation of the matter is coming together of these fields, and that's our point of view. But with the origin of the universe, that is not our point of view. That is the point of view that we should have, because it's from that point of view that you create the two fields, the man's universe and the sister universe. And, you know, we're talking about the grand scale of the universe. So the rules for creating the origin of the universe are the same regardless of point of view and regardless of scale. It's just that we have to understand that there are rules and that these rules don't change. So despite the fact that we are all different countrymen, we are all on one planet. And for 378 weeks in a row, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace was brought to you by the members of the Universal Council and Rick Cremon. And this Universal Council had a strange name because it was beyond the Earth Council. So the immediate implication was that there is a beyond the Earth. And so we've been talking about that at great length, but we never have enough discussion on that because it's beyond our current point of view. So if we understand the basic rule, the basic plasma rule, we always have to go to the foundation to understand that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so when we look at our societal construct and the society rules, we find that the higher strength eats the weaker strength. And that obviously is in direct opposition to the plasma rule. So the thing about the plasma rule is that it exposes the conflict point. But really, it refers to the binding zone. So in order to have this binding, you have to bring these 2 points together. And it's not a point of conflict, it's a point of identifying the inertia density manifestation. And this is what we've been discussing on these classes for the last several months to understand the energy binding. So if we look at the energy binding as being a product of the energy that comes from the universe, then we can recognize that that is a self-serving binding, and as such, it becomes vital. But many of us are practicing the self-serving binding at the expense of others, which it's satisfying. Yes, it is self-serving. Okay, we agree with that. However, if we understand that the other that we're stealing from is depending on this energy for binding purposes that are self-serving, they become diminished in strength. And so this creates a problem. And that's where the conflict point comes in. And so in the process of maintaining this, it creates a spiral condition that is gravitating. And that gravitates into hardness such as stone, or hardness such as metals, such as gold, for instance. Now, it also creates physicality, maybe a little bit not so hard, like a carrot or like a human. But even humans contain a hardness, such as a bone structure. So the interesting thing, of course, that humans always forget to discuss is we have softness and we have hardness. So how is that possible? And do we really care? We just take it for granted that that's what happens. So there are things that affect this, and we know this from our science, our conventional science, and our chemistry. But there's another element that is affecting it, And that has to do with our attitude, because our attitude needs guidance. And so we've been given the 10 Commandments. And then we find that we've been shortchanged. And it's so appropriate on this May 2-4 weekend that we now see that we have 2-4 commandments. And number 11 is quite important because thou shalt not lie. But you see, that's an unfinished sentence. You know, the police have this commandment put on the side of their cars to serve and protect. That's an unfinished sentence. So let's finish the sentence. And from our point of view, to serve and protect citizens of the, shall we say, the community. So if thou shalt not lie, and finish that sentence, thou shalt not lie to another human. So that's a good rule to follow. But it seems that some impose that rule so that we follow that rule, but there's no regulation for them to follow that rule. And so that becomes a form of deception. In other words, a lie. But then there's another lie that is even worse, and that is when you lie to yourself. And so the question becomes, how can you lie to yourself? I mean, wouldn't you know that you're lying? But that is a problem. And now we come to another problem because we are in a new era where the old technology is exposed to be old. In fact, it's been claimed to be obsolete. And obsolete because there's a new technology to replace it. So there's nothing wrong with that. There's no malicious act in that. But if we are going to live in denial, then we would have to lie to ourselves and say, staying with the old technology is better than moving to the new technology. So if that's the lie that you believe, then that is fine. But that does not give you the right to impose that lie on others, because the limitation of that particular lie is manifest by you. And that is not the reality. So that fulfills your self-serving need. But for the average person, their self-serving need is to create an energy binding field. And once we find out that we can derive this energy binding from a higher field strength, then that would be a normal course of action and not contrived. And this is where we are. And this becomes so important because it is at the basis of everything. So it's a lot of fun for us to play games. And one of the games, of course, that we play is poker. And of course, the game of poker involves lying. So who's the best liar becomes the winner. So that lying has to be done in physicality. So the 10 Commandments actually apply to the moral interpretation to manifest into physicality, so that we conduct ourselves according to that. And, you know, I'm kind of jealous because there are no 10 commandments of the dogs, or 10 commandments for ants, or 10 commandments for mosquitoes. So there's no 10 commandments for corn either. But there are 10 commandments for man. So that puts us in a category where we are seriously deficient, aren't we? Because we need to be told. And so here we are looking for vitality enhancement. And that enhancement pertains both to physicality and the emotional strength. And so we have an option, to get regular enhancement. And one of those ways is to steal it from others. Or we have super, where we can draw the energy from the universe. But there is a gold standard, and that is still to be determined, because the vitality enhancement is something that's in the matter state. The plasma state already has this enhancement. So what is missing? It's the part that's in between that's missing. So that part that's in between is between what we see as the transmutation highway, which is the highest energy state, and the transmission highway, which is the lowest energy state. And we call it the transmission highway because it has frequency. It also has pressure and it has heat. And so the transmutation highway has none of those characteristics, but there is an intermediary highway, which is kind of the threshold between the two highways, and it involves carbon-14 and carbon-10, which is interesting because that comes out to a mass of carbon-24, which kind of coincides with the weekend that we're celebrating today. Oh, it also coincides with the 24 commandments. But then when we see that it requires two fields to come together, it means that there is an inertia product to create each field. So therefore, there are carbon inertia highways. And this is only reasonable because I'm sure when you leave work and go home, you can go through many pathways. So there are different highways, and they all leave from your destination and arrive at your, leave from your departure point and arrive at your destination. So you can get there regardless of which highway you take, but there are differences. And so you make your decision based on those differences. So if that is the case in the inertia product highways, then we have to understand that those inertia highways also came from another field that is unseen. And so we say, well, let there be light. Why? Because we're living in the darkness. And so whatever we see is manifest out of the light. And so whatever we see is manifest out of that inertia field. And so the rest of the light is not visible. So there's a filtering that's going on. And we use this process to introduce the cups of life. And so that part of the teaching was necessitated because of the serious situation that we had with the lockdowns. But they weren't the cups of pandemic, they were the cups of life, because what they showed you is how we can, through the nanocoding process of the monatomic science, capture these fields where we have the emotional strength and the physical strength, and we can choose which is which based on certain conditions. So we were able to create emotional GANs and the physical GANs. But we were able to create many other GANSs, and each of these was a radiance manifestation that was an inertia product, such as the CO2 GANs and the calcium GANs, the zinc and copper, water, and amino acid GANs. And the big news, of course, has been the gold GANs, and this is kind of upsetting to a lot of people because it's upsetting the value of gold. But the value of gold is intrinsic, as all the GANSs are have a value, because it's not measured by the monetary gain, but measured by the quality of life, and that includes the cup of the soul. So each of the individual cups, the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, the cup of physicality, have an emotional magnetical and gravitational field. And as such, each cup has a soul. But collectively, all three cups have a magnetical gravitational field and also manifest a soul. So it becomes a representation. And so this creates a uniqueness. So although it's a uniform system, it now accounts for why there are 8 billion people of us who are all each unique and all an independent variable. And of course, we also have the brain, which is reflecting the one-track cup of the universe, where we have a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere, which is mimicking the process of the interaction with the copper GANs, which is physical, and the zinc GANs, which is emotional, and the carbon GANs, which has to do with the atmosphere. And so when we bring each one together, 3 ones make 3, but there is still energy binding requirements, and there's still energy that comes from the universe. So it isn't 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. It constitutes more than 3 because the ones are all there and continue to come, and it's continually feeding. And so this creates a maintenance, a consistency, an ongoingness. And it basically offers us the capability of gravitational field strength. And that's our basic point of view in terms of matter state. But the Earth has its own gravitational point of view. And as such, it's created many Earth ganses that you can see here in the grand central Earth of ganses. And that all comes together the same way that we produce gold. So if we take the cups of life and impart a rotating motor to them and change the components, we can impart a much stronger field, and we can create other things. And so we are in that era beyond Beijing, where we have demonstrated last week the production of gold. The problem, of course, is that this technology is obsolete. So for a lot of people, this is a monumental revelation. We have the ability to produce gold as a solid metal, but that technology is obsolete. So the cheers turn to jeers, and you wonder why. Because we're not Christopher Columbus. We didn't discover America. What we discovered is the people who discovered America before us. And so we know there's gold. We just didn't know where it came from. Now we have confirmation, and this changes the ball game, if you will. So we've been talking about angular density because it imparts a falling, and that falling comes as a result of the increased density. And through that increased density, there's also an increased pressure. It actually is increasing gravity. And so maybe we understand the dilemma of what we call the fallen angels and how it affects our auras. And in science, they say the angular momentum equals the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. And so it's nice to have an equation on that, but all that has to do is an equation of the transmission dimensions. It doesn't talk about the transition or the transmutation dimensions. So the transmission dimensions are inside the box, what we call old science. And in order to introduce the plasma science, we've been pursuing this basic nanotech research, and it's taken us out of the box. So we find in our computers, we don't talk megabytes anymore. We're into gigabytes and terabytes. Well, in the nanoscience, we're not talking about milli and micro either. We're talking about nano. And we will be talking about pico as well. This is all part of the plasma science. So it's nice to know about these things, but what are the practical applications of it? And that's our challenge. So we have to understand that our basic science has been discussing the atomic structure, but by discussing the nanotech, we've discussed the monatomic meaning, and that is the plasma matter, where it has a combination of magnetical gravitational forces coming together to create a field, which we call a maggrav. And so we understand how that comes together as a magnet, because we see circular magnets and we know that they have a field strength. And then when we bring other magnets together, that they interact, and we can create a balance between all those magnets. So like in this picture, we have three magnets coming together and they create a balanced position. So everything to maintain that balanced position is a balancing between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. But to understand the binding zone in the atomic structure, the atoms are chained through their density. But in the monatomic structure, they are not chained. And so in this case, this is the beginning of the unchaining of man. I wish I'd have known this when I was in high school. And maybe that's what our new wish should be, to make sure that all the new youth going through early stages of school understand that this exists, because it will definitely unchain them. There are a lot of things that we don't understand about nanotech, but we understand the nanotech is monatomic, but it can also be monomolecular. And so the past couple of weeks, we've talked about nanocapsules, and then we talked about nanotubes. So if we understand that the difference between a straight line and a bent line, it reflects a change in energy. Now the line is there, but what we don't see is how come it's there. So let's remember that there are binding energies that keep it there. So what we're looking at is a product of binding energies. So if these energies are coming and going, then we kind of have to know the direction to it. So based on surface to volume ratios, we find that the ends are negative and the center is positive. But if we create a bend in the road, then we created another high surface to volume ratio, and that's another negative charge. So it's only negative relative to the neighbor. So between the two negatives, we actually create a positive. So by creating a bend, we've actually introduced another negative. So we've increased the amount of energy flowing into and out of this construct by 50%. And now we understand how we can amplify things. So in addition to that, it creates another direction, because if we have three negatives and two positives, then we're missing a positive. So now we find that we have a perpendicular force that's coming together. So, and this is how we have these two dimensions where we see the negative and the positive, and it's kind of the way hydrogen and oxygen has a relationship. So in that relationship, the hydrogen is negative, the oxygen is positive. But instead of just having pointy bends, if we just have a curve, and when you look at the human body, it consists of a lot of curves, and that's kind of what makes it beautiful. So every point on that curve is actually a negative charge. And so we have to understand that between those negative charge are positive charges. So how many negative charges are there? Well, I don't know. The question really becomes is how big is large? So it's kind of nebulous to answer that. But when we see that the negative charges are imparted, so these nanocharges represent the charging and the discharging of energy. So energy has to come together. And we see that in terms of these nanolayers, that they kind of converge together and create that hexagonal structure. And we wondered if they can be stacked and aligned as a nanotube. And that's what we talked about last week. But there's a problem with the nanotube, and that is that when we get this alignment and when we get multiple layers, we no longer have a single layer, but we have a multiple layer. And as we found out, this nanocoating forms a crystal, but this crystal is many layers. And when we say many, for instance, we're talking 30 to 40,000 layers. That's a lot of layers. And, you know, if you had to make these nano layers, you would need a very sharp razor blade. And, you know, if you're going to do 40,000 layers, that's going to be an awful lot of work, but I don't know how you're going to get them all together. And so we find because of the charge that we can get this monatomic alignment. But what happens in this alignment is that these crystals align and they sit interstitially. So they nest within each other. But as they nest together, they also create a rotating field around. And then by aligning themselves, they create a direction where the energy comes in and the energy goes out. But the whole concept of nanotube is lost here because we find that there are crystals that actually block these tubes. So when we look at the nanolayer stacking and we say, can they be aligned as a nanotube? But the nanocoating is like a diamond structure. So we see that the diamond structure actually closes the tubes. Because if you look in the center of each tube, and here you have one layer on top of another layer, and you say, well, there are pathways, but, you know, the straight pathways are blocked by another nanotube. Now, you could probably squeeze through a lot of these things, especially if you were nano-sized, but this is representing only two layers. What happens if you have 40,000 layers? Wow. Try and squeeze through that. So there seems to be a problem with the basic understanding of how we do the nanolayer stacking. And this becomes very important because when we're talking about a gradient charge, there is a NP junction, which is the negative positive junction. And so it creates a perpendicular momentum. So that perpendicular momentum goes against the surface to volume ratio of the mass. So it becomes mass in motion away from the basic mass. And then we find that that mass in motion can also be stacked. And this is facilitated by the rotating field. So we get this perpendicular momentum. And it creates like an emission tube. Well, there we go. And then creates a containment field that is a rotating field. So in order to maintain this tube, the intensity and outtensity containment has to remain. Because there is no structure. Which is to say, when we nanocoated our copper, the nanocoating was on the copper. But clearly we could see that in this emission tube, it's hollow. So when we look at these rotating fields, something interesting happens. When we put 6 of these fields together in a particular structure, we create this hexagonal formation. And so we see that that's in the center. But if we look carefully, we can find that there's another hexagonal format. It's larger. So there's a relationship between the smaller and the larger. And so when we look at the rotating field of Saturn, and it doesn't have a motor, but we have reactors that have motors and they turn and create a rotating field. And that field, of course, is circular, except that when we look at Saturn's North Pole, we find a large hexagonal pole. And not only that, but outside of that field, we find these rings. So the other difference between these rings is that there's more than one ring. And so each ring is different. And in order to be different, there has to be a gap between the rings. And so the ring starts and stops at a certain point, and then the next ring takes over and starts and stops, and so on, and keeps going. And how far does it keep going? So when we get back to our diagram of the hexagonal poles, we find that there's overlapping fields and they create a different shape. And so there are 6 overlapping fields. And so what we've seen here is the basic construction that if we combine these overlapping fields with the original field of the hexagon, and we say, how can this hexagonal field create these elliptical fields? And how do they all stay together? And how do they converge? And what does it represent? And then we find it's a daisy. So in order for this daisy to manifest, it has to manifest physically from an aura. And so the construct of that aura is what we just described, was the energy fields that came together, and we could see the hexagons in the center and the elliptical petals on the outside. So there is an explanation of how this was created. Excuse me, 1 second, please. Be right back. So I'm led to ask the next question is, did the daisy maintain this construct through 24 daisy commandments? Isn't that a fair question? I mean, how does it know what it's doing? I think it's kind of amazing. So we find that there are gaps between the nanoparticles, and these gaps create a positioning. So in 40,000 layers, there are millions of gaps because there's millions of nanoparticles. And so the relationship between the gap and the nano particle creates millions of magravs. So remember that maggrav is a combination of the magnetical-gravitational field. And these fields, in order to maintain their position, they are dynamic plasmatic reactors. So when we talked about nanocapsules, that was a point. That was one basic dimension. But in order to build these dimensions, we add a second point, and then we connect one. So that connection would be a nanotube. So a nanotube would connect 2 points. And then to build this dimension, if we add a third and we connect 2, so now we have 3 points and 3 connectors. And if we add a fourth, we connect 3. So this is how we build this dimension. And so, yeah, we have a 3-dimensional diagram. And this is what happens with the nanostate. So when we talk about the monatomic particles on a copper substrate, each one is a point and each one is one dimension. But when we add layers to it, so we have a black layer and we have a blue layer, so one's on top of the other, we find that those holes in the middle of the triangles are blocked. But when we put all those triangles together, they kind of create hexagonal formats. So we can create a variety of patterns. And so one of those patterns we had was graphene, which is a connection has 3 negative charges added together. Well, 3 negative charges versus 1 negative charge, then we know that the connectors are the negative charges, and 3 of them coming together will create a positive charge. And since all of that energy is converging, then the hole actually creates a low pressure opening. And so that's fine in the 2 dimensions. We could just slip through that opening, but it would be really nice if we could stack this up because, as we talked about last week, it would have been great for filtering water. But as we see with the nanostate star formations, when we look at the connections, we see that we can take 3 of the black points and connect to 1 blue. Or we can take 3 of the blue and connect to 1 black. Then you say, well, wait a second. We have to connect 3 on the bottom to 1 on the top. Well, who's to say which way is up? What is the reference point? So actually, because there is no reference point, the only reference you have is to the neighbor. So if these monatomic star formations are to manifest, then there has to be a selection. So once we make the first selection of 4, then the next selection is no longer going to select those 4. It has to connect to others. And so it picks another 4, which means that the third connection can't pick any of the first 2, has to create separate. And so now you see how this connection moves. So they all stay together. And yet they are on different layers. And there are gaps. And so we see how things are working in the 3-dimensional state. So looking at it from the side, we see the points are the nanocapsules and the connectors are the nanotubes. And yet we see that there's a synergy. So it isn't just connecting 1 plus 1 to make 2, but it's more than 2 because you still have the 2 1s. So when we look at the nuclear feeding, we find that when we're bringing together the various fields of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter, it's now 1 plus 1 plus 1 is more than 3. And so how does this structure get created? And why does it get created? And so if we take our 2 index fingers and put them face to face, we create the monatomic positioning of the x-axis. And if we were to take the left hand in this case and twist it 90 degrees, we introduce the y-axis. And we say, okay, well, there's a connection between the 2 points represented by each of the 2 fingers, except that one is along the x-axis and one is along the y-axis. But the fact of the matter is now you've created a tetrahedron, which in fact is a star formation. And so the question then becomes is, how do you maintain this formation? So obviously, you're going to have to introduce a magnetical and a gravitational relationship. So if it's 2 against 2, then that is equal. And the moment it's equal, it really doesn't exist because there's no energy flowing. So does it mean that one has to be more equal than the other? Well, that doesn't work either because that defies the meaning of equality. Cannot be more equal. So there has to be more energy. And when we have this energy binding, it comes together, well, in the formation of the tetrahedron, which is representative of a star formation, then we find that the combination of the 3 creates the gravitational field and the solo becomes the magnetical field. So there we have a direction. So we have 3 on the bottom and 1 on top. But wait a second, we've already chosen those. The next one has to choose a different set. But the 3 are no longer on the bottom, they're on the top, and the 1 is on the bottom. And yet they maintain their connection. So do we say, well, it's a negative connected to the positive, but there's also an energy flow that is created as a result of this connection, which we call synergy. So it isn't just the 1 plus 1 plus 1, but there's more. And we've created that. And so we find that a phenomenon happens when we get these nanostars together. We get a multiple monatomic energy flow. We call it a superconductor at room temperature. And so we don't care which way the star formation is pointing. We just care about the alignment. And so as they link up and they create this chain, but more than 3 in a chain is a polymer. And we are not polymers. We are organic, which means that we are amino nanostars. So we still maintain the multiple monatomic energy flow, and it's still done as a superconductor, and it is done at room temperature because we are at room temperature. But then when we find the amino acids and how they link up, we find that we have the carbon at the center and the hydrogens on the outside. But at the ends, we know the ends are negative, except that 1, the methyl omega end, has 1 hydrogen. So that's negative. And the carboxyl delta end has an oxygen and a hydrogen combination and an extra oxygen. So by definition, that becomes positive. And so now we have a direction of flow. And it is thanks to this direction of flow that we can maintain this energy binding. And so that is the formation of proteins. So we find that the amino acids are the building blocks and 3 amino acids are the foundation. But a 4th amino acid now causes a folding over to make protein. And that's where the bending comes in. And so through that bending, the byproduct is water, H2O. And so once we've created this protein, then the amino acids keep getting added together. And once they achieve a fourth amino acid, they fold over again. And now we have two proteins. And so that continues. So when we look at the amino acid structure and we say, well, wait a second, the hydrogen has a mass of 1 and the oxygen has a mass of 8. And, well, excuse me, the hydrogen has a mass of 1 and the oxygen has a mass of 16. But we number it according to protons. So hydrogen is 1, oxygen is 8, carbon is 6, and nitrogen is 7. And the combination together create this amino acid. But we find that the hydrogen is all by itself at the top, and the other three are combining at the bottom. So the hydrogen at the top is magnetical, and the three at the bottom create a gravitational field, which is coming together. And so that creates the basic star formation. But let's forget about the mass differential. Let's just assume, as we did with the graphene, that every point was carbon. And so the convergence of the three in the gravitational field are actually 1 + 1 + 1. That's 3. And then we have the magnetical on top, and that's another 1. And then the combination of those gives us the direction of the star formation, right? So we see that if we assume that each one is a hydrogen, and we get these 4 hydrogens together, then we find that we have a star formation the same way. And if we understand that the basis of this star formation, and then each one is an inertia field, and so there's a coming together of the MAGRAV inertia fields, which are matter, dark matter, and antimatter, as shown in the Universal Order of Creation of Matter in book number 1. So book number 1 is the point of the creation of matter. But what we have is a star formation, which is more than that. So in between each point is a connection. And so when we bring 4 rotating balls together, the same thing happens. And so we find that the conversions of the 3 balls at the bottom are gravitational. So that creates the positive charge, and the rotating ball at the top is the negative charge. So we're saying in this particular picture that all the rotating balls have the same material inside. But as we've seen in China, that the material is not all the same, but we have rotating balls. And the thing about these rotating balls is they're in pairs. So whatever product is manifest between these pairs is an inertia product field. And whatever is in between the pairs of rotating pairs is also an inertia field. So now we understand the nature of the dynamic reactors. But furthermore, we create a convergence of all of these fields together. And we create a plasma field in the center. But that's not the only thing that we create. What is important to understand is that each pair of reactors is creating something in a plasmatic state. And so now we have the proposition of 4 plasmatic matter states interacting. So the dynamic reactors have to have a mechanical rotating field. So how do the plasmatic reactors maintain their field strength? And so we find that it's a dynamic star reaction through the configuration that we give it. And although they're all at the same level in terms of tables, we know that the individual points on the star are all working in different formats. So if we were just to look at the perimeter, take the 3 stars on the outside, they converge together. That would be the gravitational field. And the one in the center would be the magnetical field. And so you have your dynamic star reactors, and then everything else that is coming together is coming together like the rings of Saturn. And we can't see the rings in this case, but we can see the residue. So that residue is there because of the dynamic plasma that we can't see, and that is gravitational in its essence. But within the dynamic plasma reactors, there's an interesting thing, because inside these rotating balls, we have ganses. And so these ganses are all part of the physical part of matter state, the small m matter state. But if we look at the rotating dynamic reactors, we have the plasma state and the dynamic plasma state. But let's understand that these are all in the capital M matter state field. So because the capital M matter state is of a plasmatic nature and has a higher field strength, they are gravitational. And the lower field strength is magnetical. That is the primary flow. But in order to maintain the reactor, all still have to be in operation. So the energy is coming and going, but overall there is a direction where the higher energy feeds the lower energy, and in that process we have energy in motion. So the core component is where the base is gravitational and the magnetical is the peak. And it's in a star formation, that's a star component. So that's just in the point form. But if we have an opposing field, then it would be upside down, you could say. But because it's an opposing field, if you could have them linked together, but then if you put another field next to it, you would have a problem. And we discussed that last week. So how do you link them across? So the way you link them across is that you have to have these opposing fields together. But if we have, say, starting on the left at the bottom, where the top is magnetical, and then you flip it over, and the bottom of the one at the top left is magnetical. Okay, well, they're opposing. And then if you have in the second position, the gravitational of the one on the bottom and the gravitational on the top, they're opposing. But if we take the star formation from point number 1 to point number 2, there is a connection. And it's working because opposite charges attract. And if we continue that into number 3 and flip everything around, then that'll continue. And then number 4, that'll continue. So we can get those two chains going together. So this is where, when we look at these tornado tubes like we did last week, because of the charge, we find that tornadoes act alone. Now, there could be a bunch of tornadoes coming in selection, but we generally don't see all these tornadoes coming together. except for the fact that when three rotating fields come together, they create one. And so anytime that you start to see cloud formations of three rotating clouds in close proximity, that is the beginning of the manifestation of a tornado. But we all know that the higher up that tornado is, it's wider at the top where it's less dense, and it's narrow at the bottom because that's more dense. So this is how it accounts for the curvature of the planet. So these tornadoes cannot come together because of this folding apparatus. But if you wanted to account for the curvature of the planet, then you have to impose a charge. And so if you look at each tornado as being an inertia product, you can see how there's a gravitational point at the top and a magnetical point at the bottom. And now you can see between each tornado, in order to keep them together, there would have to be an opposite field upside down. This is just a hypothetical discussion because we had a problem with these rotating layers, because each layer is either magnetical or gravitational, and since they alternate, this is how these layers stay together. So that's okay going up and down, but how do you get the magnetical gravitational on one to be attracted to the magnetical gravitational on the other? So going vertically, you have opposite charges that attract, but going horizontally, it's not working. So you have this rotating layer, and something is not working here, and it's not working. So we have to understand why we're the four wheelers of creation, because all of these fields are in rotation. And so what we've seen is the manifestation of the natural creation interacting with the natural decay. And so in that process, we created the black powder. But that energy came together from another source. And so there was a natural decay balanced off by the natural creation. So on the one hand, we created energy, and on the other hand, we created an inertia field, which is to say, as in book number 1, the inertia field was the creation of matter, and book number 3 was the origin of the universe. And there's a bonding factor. And if we don't understand it, then we have to fudge that. But that's the inertia bonding factor. And now we've seen it in Beijing. We've seen how the black powder came from the thin air. It's the same process where one breaks up into two and the one gets created from two. But not just two, but in a star formation. In other words, we create a star matrix. So now we are able to link up across from left to right. And we have layers. But we still haven't resolved the problem with the layers because we have like poles, and like poles repel. So the like negative poles will repel and the like positive poles will repel. So we've resolved one issue, but we've created a new issue. So it's this bonding factor. There has to be a bonding factor to keep the layers together. And those bonding factors have to be magnetical and gravitational field forces in a plasmatic condition. And they too have to be alternating in order to be able to link up left to right. So now we have facilitated the star matrix bonding vertically and horizontally. And if we continue building on this, we will get the complete star formation. And so we can layer the stars and stack them. And we see that there are connector intermediaries. And these intermediaries are the valence bonding attributes, which we call covalent, trivalent, and tetravalent. And so we see how the layers are nesting within each other. So now we understand this unique characteristic of hydrogen, where hydrogen is not just hydrogen. It is, as a molecule, it's kept together with a covalent bond. But that doesn't tell you whether it's orthohydrogen or parahydrogen. And the difference being that the poles are in the same direction, and so they're like and they repel, or the poles are in opposite direction, and so they attract. But since there's poles on both sides, the bond is always in a straight line. So as soon as we take that straight line out, by removing a hydrogen, if you will, we start to get to the curvature. And so that affects the NP junction. So each NP junction is a connection between a transition matter one that is negative and a transition matter one that is positive, and it comes together and that becomes part of the transfer state, which is representative of the inertia NP junction, the combination of the negative positive. Now we have a field strength, and depending on its position, it will either display its negative characteristic or its positive characteristic, because in this particular point, it is undifferentiated. And this becomes a very important point in understanding this MAGRAV energy transfer state positioning. So we can say that there's a conservation of inertia where you have energy in one state and you have energy in another state. And so you can go along and change the energy binding within that state, or you can change from one state to another, but there will always be a conservation of inertia. So each side of the equation is a magnetical gravitational manifestation. Now, how do you balance that off? So you could take the one on the left on the GaN state and the one on the right in the atomic state. Yes, you could. And you could balance that off. So there has to be a convergence in the matter-gen state and a susceptibility, and that gives you the direction. And so either it is going to increase or decrease, or it will do neither and maintain its catalytic condition. And so when we look at the sun, we find that the sun is giving its energy every day. And in order to do that, it has to absorb energy from the universe every day. And so it continues to do that without getting consumed. So it becomes catalytic. How does that affect us in practical terms? What do you do that burns up your energy? And what do you do to supplement? You know, if it's all right for you to lie, cheat, steal, and kill, then your neighbor has the same rules, doesn't it? So you become susceptible to those same rules. So how do you protect yourself from that? So you become stronger to defend yourself. The other way is for them to become weaker. And for a lot of people, their strength is based on the weakness of others. So they are satisfied in being the lowest common denominator. And that's what we've done with the periodic table of elements. We have gravitated to the lowest common denominator, what we call the atomic standard. But once we get into the nanostate, now we're into the monatomic, and yes, that is individualistic, but look, in the nanostate, because of its monatomic structure, it is able to increase its capacity through the bonding of the different nanocoatings. So those points add to points, add to dimensions, add to field strength, become superconductors, and in a plasmatic state. And now you become plasma scientists simply by altering your point of view. You're graduating from that of being nanocapsules to being nanostars. So you get to choose your pathways. So it all depends on the force fields of attraction, which are gravitational. So there's a lot of intensity. But once you've gotten all this energy now, that's the feedback. That just shows you how much intensity you have. But through the force fields of repulsion, you have the magnetical outtensity. And that's what is feeding. So both have to be in balance. So whether you're the electron or the neutron, you follow the same MAGRAPH pathways. So now you can see the difference. So in the beginning, the neutron, it came before the atom. And it broke up into the electron-proton combination. But in addition to that, it had a PM tick. And so all of this energy came from the darkness because we said, let there be light. So that energy came from the principal matter, which we call PM ticks, and that's the magnetical energy that comes together through the force field dilution into antimatter, dark matter, and the mattergen. So it creates this convergence, and then it creates this conversion to plasmagen. So plasmagen is really just a MAGRAPH inertia field of the energies coming together, but that's in a plasma state. If we take the inertia field of the Earth and interact with that, then we can have this physical inertia MAGRAPH, which we call the physical matter state. So the plasmatic matter states have to come together, but they're not in the same size, not in the same field strength. One is gravitational, one is magnetical, but they're coming together. Two fields coming together, they create the one field, the product field. So the inertia field of the plasma that manifests this Earth manifests into the physicality of the Earth. The Earth has to be here before we arrive here. And now that we are here, we have manifested in exactly the same way. So the field strength of our plasma, being the soul, being of a higher order, therefore is gravitational, feeds the magnetical, which is the soul of physicality. Now we created an inertia field. That inertia field has to interact with another field. That field has to be at a place we call an environment. We have chosen Earth. And we know that because we didn't choose Mars. And how do we know we chose it? Well, look at the possibilities. It could have been Saturn as well. So there are many possibilities, but you chose Earth. So was that an accident? Or was that the coming together of the plasma fields that are inherent in your magnetical and your gravitational force fields coming together? And that is just the way it is. When you have the rotating hemispheres coming together of the Earth, they join at the equator, and then they create one physical planet. Well, the left and right hemispheres of our brain come together, and they create the body. Same thing. So it all comes from the principal matter, which is an energy pack that is traveling through the cosmos, and it's packaged nicely in a parcel. And so that density remains until it comes into a point. And at that point, it has to decide, is it going to be absorbed or is it going to bounce off? And it's all going to depend on the magnetical gravitational force fields that it encounters. And then if it does encounter and if it does get absorbed, at what level will it be absorbed? Because there are many layers. And how do we determine all of these layers? Well, it's based on density. So the greater the energy, the higher the density. So this is how we determine the layers. And so we see that the physical matter state is part of the matter plasma dimension, but the plasmatic matter state is also part of the matter plasma dimension. It's just that one you can touch and the other you can't touch. So either way, this is from our point of view. And so the whole universe is from our point of view, and our point of view is feedback dominant. This is what has to change. We have to flip things around. So if we say that the hydrogen is negative, and yet we have a gravitational confirmation that hydrogen is here because it has an emission spectrum, it tells us the color that it is, and it's arrived here on Earth. So this is the gravitational tracking. So wait a second, if the hydrogen is magnetical, how can we now be confirmed to be gravitational? Well, it's part of the water. It's part of the universal solvent. And it has this bond, inherent bond with oxygen, and it becomes water. And it creates a surface tension. It's a round maggrav. So we find that the oxygen is also gravitational. And it has an emission spectrum that comes from the light. But when you compare the oxygen to the hydrogen, then we see, based on the density, that the oxygen is gravitational and the hydrogen is magnetical. And yet, within the atmosphere of the Earth, within the plasma field of the Earth environment, both are tracked gravitationally. So we find that as we move along through these multiple layers, in order to keep moving along, it's a spiral field. And so we keep moving around, but we keep making progress. And then what is our position within that roundness? And we see that there are multiple layers. And in the universe, it's undifferentiated. But on the planet, we have multiple spheres and they overlap. And so not only do the magnetical fields overlap, but the gravitational fields overlap. And it goes right to the core. And once we have these overlapping gravitational fields in the core and these overlapping fields in the magnetical periphery, each of them creates a maggrav condition. So now we understand the overlapping captured fields and how they can move. And so, as we've said before, they can increase, they can decrease, or they can become catalytic. And so here we are as a humanity, we are definitely not catalytic because we continue to steal from others and we continue to lie. And so now we understand the meaning of Goldfinger because we're number one. and we can manifest the gold. Well, if we can manifest the gold, then that makes us a plasma reactor. So why are we feedback dominant? We have to accept the reality. We are part of the Peace Dome reactor. And isn't it interesting that the Peace Dome reactor, which we haven't talked about, actually offers shielding, because these two rotating dynamic reactors do not contain water and therefore do not produce gold. In fact, they are able to stop all the energy fields coming together. And so now we know how the humanity can set up an inertia shielding, a shielding from hostiles and from aggression, from environmental harm, from fear mongering. And allow the soul food to come in. We have to tune into that. Turn on to the energy of the universe and drop out of our resistance. We need to provide a pattern. And that pattern will allow us to draw energy from the universe. And that energy is whatever we want it to be. Everything from nutrition to gold. And so we are in the beyond the May the 10th of 2025 research. And so we're looking to put together the space plasma research teams to progress from here. Because we've only created one point, and we need to add more and build multiple dimensions, multiple capabilities, multiple field strengths, and fulfill our understanding of transmutation, which is the range transition that transcends the inertia field transmutation dimensions. So the laws of conservation govern the covalent, trivalent, and tetravalent bonding attributes that we've seen. So the containment of inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. It's the soul of the man that cannot be abandoned nor compromised. So the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. And this is the integrity of man. You cannot lie to yourself. And if you don't believe that, then you're lying to yourself. There is an augmented reality where there's a flux and a flow that goes towards, to, into, within, through, out of, and from every charge, every form, all mass, matter, or substance. So we can intensify and extensify what we are. We are, and we need to be connected. That connection is what supports the flux of continuous change. And that connection is hooked on life. So for 590 weeks, we have been bringing the knowledge workshops, knowledge seekers workshops, bringing the greater oneness and teachings of plasma science. And so it may appear last weekend where we suddenly were transcending the limitations of nuclear science. But it's been a long time coming. So we're on the verge of many, many technology releases, because it's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. Yeah, we need a scientific rescue. Yes, we need financial rescues. We need political rescues. But the most important thing is we need a preservation rescue. Not just of ourselves, but in behalf of humanity and the environment that we live in. So we need to learn how to fly with a captain. And for the next 3 months, starting in May, we will be doing our transmutation training. You're all welcome. To understand how the energy flows, the convergence of energy to create matter, and the divergence of energy to create the universe. And what is your position in there? And it's a two-way street. So the structure of the light allows you to go back and forth. And now you can make choices. Do you ignore the change in the paradigm, or do you become the paradigm changer? Because there are many points on the field strength of the dove that bring us the pH of peace. That's how it all works together. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. So we're welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There is a World Peace Treaty. Choose it. Sign it. Sign it with your heart. Sign it with your soul. Sign it with a pen, and sign it with integrity. Because the true nanotech maintains integrity of a new dawn. Is the peace dome of outer space an umbrella or a fountain? Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? It is time to learn the encapsulation of self in a universal context. The inertia of self can migrate as a superconductor. So we have to reevaluate nanostars, diamonds, and gold in new physical transmission dimensions. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily by the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. I hope you will look forward to a most enjoyable trip, and thank you for joining us today.
Amazing presentation. So many things to consider here. And again, thank you for helping us in a way to walk away from our matter state understanding and opening up this other dimension of energy, which even myself, I knew we had something special about us, but I was never able to put on it or figure it out in a way. But this is certainly settling us to understand a little bit more every time we share. So thank you, Alex. And now let's see if any of the participants would like to raise a question or make a comment or explain something or ask Alex to re-explain something.
I have one question. I didn't understand most of what you said, but the one thing that I did understand was that the reactor in the middle of the display was creating a shield. So how does the shield? How does the gold stuff still come in when there's a shield in the middle?
Oh, that is such an important question. And I think we have to understand that if the attraction of the matter state is the coming together of the magnetical field forces. So let's say, for instance, when we let's go back. Let's go back. Yeah. So let's go back right here. So when we look at each blue point here, when we looked at a straight line, we said that the endpoints were negative. So the outside points are negative, and the inside point is now positive. How did it get to be positive when it was negative? Well, if we take all the connecting points and individually each terminating point is negative, then that means where three connectors come together, those connectors add up. And since they become more dense, then they become gravitational. So we create a linkage. So this is how we created the particles. We brought these fields together, they became more dense, and then we created the particles. Now, if we flip the poles around and we put the gravitational on the outside, then we will absorb all that energy on the outside and none will get in the inside. So the outside would be a shield, preserving what's on the inside. So if we take all those terminators that are on the outside and we bring them into contact with another field that is opposite, then the gravitational is on the outside and the magnetical is on the inside. So anything that's coming in is going to be attracted to the gravitational. And as such, when we start to create a matrix where we have them linked up, instead of coming in, they go along. And how far along do they go? Well, they just keep on going. And so we see that we can create a motion that goes along each layer and preserves the energy that's within that layer. So in here, we've just put a diagram of the matrix bonding. But what we need to do is to expand this layer so that we have a gravitational in the core and a gravitational outside. Let's review. On the top layer, we have a positive, negative, and a positive. On the bottom layer, we have a positive, negative, and a positive. So we have two positives, one negative. That means it's a gravitational layer. The layers in the center, two negatives and one positive. It means it's magnetical. So therefore, energy coming in is going to gravitate to the gravitational layer and shield and preserve the core. So this is precisely what the Earth does. This is precisely what you do within the Earth. This is precisely what the sun does. You are able to maintain your bonding. You are maintaining your conformity. However, it is of a certain field strength that is susceptible. So if we change the environment, we can change our susceptibility. However, if we operate at the highest level, then we become immune to that. And that immunity takes us right back to how the universe was created. And so it takes us right to the beginning. And what do we say? The transmutation highway, the combination of the carbon-16 and the carbon-8. It's still carbon-24, except it's of a higher field strength. And being of a higher field strength, it is well connected to the creator. When we get to the transition state, the carbon-14 and the carbon-10 is still carbon-24. But it is the connector which allows you to go either to remain connected to the creator and also to remain connected to the state of physicality, which is the transmission state, the lowest energy state. So we get to choose. So obviously, if we are not shielded, we will be highly susceptible to the influences of the transmission state. But if we are shielded, then we will be engaging the energy of the transmutation state. Within the protection and the shielding of the transmutation state, we can maintain our inherent characteristics. So that is to say, if we looked at genetically modified seeds, they have an inherent characteristic, but that characteristic was not shielded. And so they have been encapsulated with a modified characteristic. With the plasma science, by reversing this encapsulation, we can bring to the foreground the inherent characteristics. And those inherent characteristics are given by the Creator and are conveyed through our soul. And our soul is connected to the Creator through the transition zone of the connection of the carbon-14 interacting with the carbon-10. And so that becomes an energy state that allows us to communicate both ways. That is to say, we can communicate gravitationally and we can communicate magnetically at the same time. And we can maintain our conformity. So this is what needs to be done, is to flip the poles in such a way that either we engage or we shield. And so we've always said, that we can absorb plasma energy or we can repel plasma energy. It all depends on how we are oriented. Is that helpful, Irmgard?
No, but I'll have to go back and I've had an infected tooth for the last 4 days, so my brain works less than normal. So I'll have to listen to it again and see what I can get from it.
Okay, so that
Thank you.
is a gravitational thing. It's absorbing a lot of energy, right? And it's disrupting your is disrupting your energy flow.
Sure does.
Right. So if you were to look at your aura, you will find that your aura that goes around the body would be flowing until it gets to that point where it has the toothache. At that particular point, that energy becomes binding, seriously binding. It seems because of the nearness and proximity of the teeth to the brain that it becomes a very, very strong binding zone. And as such, it becomes excruciatingly painful. So if it would be possible to massage out that binding energy, then the pain would leave. And so this is one of the things that the plasma pens do. It's also one of the things that the plasma water does. And, you know, the efficiency of many of these methods is determined by its field strength. And so what you're talking about now is the necessity of having practical plasmatic applications, because it's disruptive. That pain is disruptive. So if you can mitigate that pain, then you would eliminate that disruption. So what is the cause of that pain? That becomes also a question. The thing is that the damage that pain has inflicted has already caused an inflammation, and so that inflammation now becomes a containment site, and so the binding has actually gotten stronger. So that is the dilemma, and whether it is a toothache, or whether it's a heartache, or whether it's a wound from exploding grenade or a cluster bomb, they all are manifest the same way, and they come from a gravitational point, and so it manifests into our energy state. So the healing part of it involves a reversal of magnetic and gravitational fields. If we don't have enough, then a supplementation has to be done. And this is where the new plasma science is becoming mandatory, because there are a few people who were celebrating. Let's say in England, there was a soccer team that won the FA Cup, and they had a marvelous night of celebration. And yet there are thousands of people who are dying around the planet, either from war or from starvation or from some other kind of abuse. So it all depends on your placement, your position, your point of view, and with the transmutation training, we're going to be able to do more. But right now, what's necessary on the table is to alleviate the pain of the humanity. That's our objective. And in that process, we will become free, because that's the greatest source of our pain. So all I've done, Erm, is explain to you the pain, and I haven't relieved the pain. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do more.
Thank you, Erm. Good question. Anyone else have a thought or a question they'd like to bring up? Erm, if you're not going to speak, I'll mute your mic for you. Thank you. Anyone else have a thought or a question? Can we go back to these nanotubes for a moment, Alex?
Sure.
We're talking about, again, are you really referring to physical type tubes? I know when we open up the atomic structure, I guess it's like popcorn. It's still connected to the matter state, but it's also connected, the layers or the individual atoms are connected to one another. but not by a tube. I thought the fields flow between the atom structure or between these star formations that they're forming in these various layers and then convert into a GAN's material. What are you referring to tubes?
Yes. So when we look at
yeah, I'm just thinking this hard structure right here, it's not connected that way with a pipe or a tube. Isn't it magnetically, gravitationally connected?
So when we look at the daisy, the flower itself is sitting on the end of a stem. That stem is a tube. It goes from the ground to the base of the flower. And it's rigid. It has some flexibility, so each plant has its, a different kind of flexibility.
Sure, they move in the wind and so on.
It functions as a tube. So you have the energy that is flowing up through the tube, and then you have the manifestation going along the outside, creating the gravitational structure of the tube. So every time when you're looking at a plant stem, you know it's hollow, or you're looking at a bamboo, you know it's hollow in the center, or whether you're looking at a concrete pole, it's hollow in the center. But when you're looking at the hydration of the concrete, you find that it is growing as a tube. And so it is growing from that surface. But the problem is that it's diverging, right? So it's diverging the same way that these petals are diverging from the center. So if you look at the gap along the circumference, the distance from the point of each petal is great. When you get to the core, the distance from each point of the petal is narrow. And so this is the same way that tornadoes are structured. And so the tornadoes themselves create a tube, don't they? Because they're hollow in the center. So you have all of this energy that is whipping around, and yet it's hollow in the center. Hurricanes are made the same way, only they're much bigger in diameter. So this is the fundamental structure of the tubes. But if you're trying to create a nanotube that way, that has parallel lines, which they were saying for water filtration, then what we're trying to do is to create a nanostructure that can, by exclusion, filter water. But since we find that these tubes are actually cones, like an ice cream cone, right? Actually, that's a very good example because the ice cream scoop is always on top of the cone, isn't it? So it's on the biggest end. You wouldn't take the pointy end of the cone and stick it in the center of the scoop. Well, I guess you could do that if you were a comedian. But, the scoop would fall off the pointy tip of the cone, wouldn't it? Because it would melt. So at least with the ice cream scoop being put on the big part of the cone, when it melts, it gets captured within the cone. And so what would be ideal is like a straw, isn't it? If you could make a nanotube like a straw. So the question is, well, can you do that? I just don't have a small enough razor to do that. I imagine we could do that, but we haven't done that, as far as I know. But so what? We know we can filter water. Isn't that the whole objective? That was the whole fascination and the whole discussion of the nanotechnology, 15 years ago. But today we're looking at the nanotechnology in a different way. If we take out what is pollution and leave behind what is the true essence, then we can not only purify the water, but we can purify the seeds, because the seeds have been modified. But the core, the truthfulness of the seed, can never be modified, because the modification comes from the physical matter, whereas the generation of the seed comes from the plasmatic energy from the creator. And that doesn't get dissolved. That's the difference. Am I answering your question?
Okay. No. Again, I'm probably confused because I was thinking of the nanomaterial as a different dimension out of the matter state, no tubes, just magnetical gravitational connections to them. But I see a bit of your point about the tubes and the flower and the stem and filtering water as well. But I know in the nano, we're creating a different dimension outside of matter state. So I don't see where the tubes would come in. But again, we're all understanding it and growing into it at different speeds and strengths. But thank you. Appreciate your answer.
Well, maybe if I could add something else.
Sure.
What is the difference between a straw and a tube, or a hose? A hose is a tube and a straw is a tube. But we think of a straw as something that is straight. And we think of a hose as something that can go around corners, and in fact, it can get kinked. But the point being is that the hose is flexible, so it's not always straight. And yet, if we put the water through the hose, as long as there aren't any kinks in the hose, regardless of the shape of the hose, the water will flow all the way through it. So we don't have that flexibility with a straw.
Yeah, no, and you raised a very good point about all the tubes and curves and channels that we have within our own structure in this vacuum condition. So it's an immense change in understanding, or we're going much deeper into our creation. So thank you for pointing that out as well. Anyone else would like to join the discussion?
So, Mark, let me just thank all the panelists for allowing me to continue to present. I hope you're enjoying these sessions, and I hope they're contributing beneficially to your knowledge. I was hoping to try and keep up with Mr. Keshe, but I'm going step by step, and he's going in leaps and bounds, and he's really, really gone so far fast ahead. But we're trying to keep up with the Knowledge Seekers workshops every week. So remember your foundation in terms of the knowledge. Remember the giving and taking of the energy, and understand that we are a plasmatic reactor. So it is us who touched the black powder that created the gold. So that means what we have within us, in our true nature, is we have the conditions for creating a physical inertia field. That's what we have to understand.
It seemed to work with everyone who touched it, didn't it?
Sure, I'm sure there might have been some nasty people there, and it would have worked for them as well. And for them, it's going to be a harsh reality because what they will see is the truth. And so either they're going to be confronted, they're going to have to believe the truth, or they're going to have to believe their lies. And so each and every one of us is going to go through that. What is not up for discussion anymore is this possible? It was on plain display, and you can hide it, you can censor it, you can disavow it, but you know what? It happened. And we are all witnesses to that. And when you are the witness, you are a witness to the truth. And then if you don't want to recognize the truth, then that becomes your gravitational burden. And you are free, feel free to carry it. Thank you all for allowing me to present.
Yes. I think a lot of people will become quite interested in this life extension in a way, or changing the half-life. Again, we're so connected to the physicality, but it does sound like this is the true life extension method of being able to exist longer in the physicality, if that's your choice. I guess maybe as the longer we go in it, the more we'll figure out the physicality is not worth it. But at this point in time, again, 1,000 years may not be a long time in the future. And how about the material growing, Alex? He said some of this material could actually grow itself. And I guess they've seen that in the lab or other places. So that's, yep. And what about this? He kept saying even the cosmic ray material is energy in the matter state. Now, we're seeing the material, but how could it be energy in the matter state? And it's dark matter. This is, you know, normally I would think we couldn't see it, or maybe it was in its process of transitioning in a way into the matter state. But how could we physically see energy in the matter state? I mean, have we seen electricity? We call that energy.
So,
just a question to ponder or think about, or if you feel like
this
sharing.
This is an important question, because you're inside a room, and you are shielded in that room because there's walls around and there's a door. Now, if you want to get out of that room, you have to disrupt the shielding somehow. So you're going to have to open up the door. So if you want to get out of the room, you're going to have to go through the door. And the difference between being inside and outside is crossing the threshold of the door. Now, if you don't open the door, you can't go through it. So you have to open the door, cross the threshold, and you can close the door behind you. That you can do in the physical state. But in the physical state is one energy state, and you are already a hybrid energy state. So can you drop the one state, the physical state, and pass through on the other side? And so the answer is yes, you can. And how do you know that is true? Well, I know that if I have a glass bottle, I can pour water into it. But the water is of a larger porosity than the pores in the glass. So there are molecules and atoms that can pass through the glass, despite the fact that the glass can hold the water. So by changing the energy state and by changing the size and the mass, everything changes. So this is the variability. just because we don't understand it or we accept it in the most simple terms, then it doesn't justify the answer. The answer is that there are different energy states, there are different porosities, and things work differently based on the exchange of energy. So we are capable of doing this. And we know this is true because when we go to sleep at night, we actually literally drop the physicality and we dream. And so that dream is a field state, is an existence, and it is minus the physicality. It's working in a higher energy state. So through that higher energy state, yeah, we can go right through that wall. But the point is that you have to cross that threshold to delineate between the inside and the outside. And that threshold is actually razor thin. So this energy that you're referring to being in the matter state is the nearest energy state to our physical dimensions. And so therefore, that is the containment of our physicality. So in that sense, it becomes part of our matter state.
Go right ahead, if you have your hand raised, unless you hit it.
Yeah,
Yep,
I
I'll
have
lower it.
another question.
Okay.
Mr. Keshe said that these devices created less under the local circumstances, and part of it had to do with all the people, but he also said it had to do with the steel structure of the building and the lead in the glass. And I thought these fields would not be impeded by that.
The fields are affected by gravitational force fields. And the lead has one of the highest gravitational force fields.
I thought that only applied to the matter state.
That's what we were doing. We were demonstrating the manifestation of gold in the matter state.
Okay.
Yes, it is deep. I know he said that even people looking through the window, that the glass would not impede the materialization of material on their clothing. I don't know if we saw any of that or that happened there, but he said the glass would be no barrier, that the fields cannot be held in by the glass. And of course, there is lead in the glass, as he said, and this made some, reduce the metals and the lead in the glass and everything, reduce the amount of material. Plus, as you said, the people were absorbing some of the energy that would have been converted into. So it's just a deep. I'm thinking with this contract that was signed for the licensing, and he said it will all go into research and development. I'm thinking perhaps some of these research centers with prominent scientists or knowledge seekers, depending on who they choose, would be given a grant in a way to start the research into other areas, maybe simpler areas like cosmetics or other sorts of things that people would like. The soaps, we know the soaps, but there may be more to it. As he said, they're going to develop an entire line of these soaps for many different types of reasons. So I'm hoping that this research grant, he said it's not for profit, it's for research. And of course, the research centers are waiting to blossom in a way. I think this could be part of helping people to participate in the research. Any thoughts on that? 10 billion can certainly provide quite a few. And I don't know how any of this is structured or the rest of this, but I know he had talked about the research centers more than a year ago. So I think this will start coming into the work of the Keshe Foundation with leading scientists and or knowledge seekers working together. I think that would be a great combination. And again, leaving the national flags outside of the school or the research center and just having peace as the winner. This will be a phenomenal collaboration again and cooperation. And bring that back into the scientific community through papers. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So talking about the soccer game yesterday, that was between Crystal Palace and Manchester City. And what was interesting, I found in that particular thing, because it was a cup final, the losing team, which in this case was Manchester City, had to go up to the podium first, and then was followed by the winning team. They would go there and shake hands with the so-called dignitaries and get their medals, and then, of course, raise the cup in celebration of their victory. What we have to understand, and what they have to understand, let's put it this way, the winners don't have to understand as much as the losers. It was because of the losers that the winners won. The winners are totally dependent on the losers. They cannot be winners without the losers. So the losers created the winning on behalf of the other team. Without them, the other team would not be a winner. So they are significantly instrumental in the process. They cannot be excluded from that process. That is the lesson. In other words, none of us can be excluded from the process. We cannot extricate ourselves from life. We are part of life. And we're either part of life in one manifestation or another. And so, whether they're considered losers or whether they're considered winners, it has to do with that particular time and that particular place. If we change the circumstances, then the winners become losers and the losers become winners. And you say, well, how did that all flip around? And that's the whole point, that this is not condemnation. So life is not a contest. The contest itself is entertainment. It's not the meaning of life. So at that particular point in time, the winners feel euphoric and the losers feel dejected. But what they have to understand is that that feeling of dejection is energy draining. It is leaking. And it is unjustified because they are a part of the creation of the champions as the champions are. So there's no such thing in life as a loser per se. It's just our understanding and our interpretation. So this is one of the problems that we have in Canada, for instance. I keep talking about the May 2-4 weekend, and this is it. This is the big weekend. And, I was brought up with the importance of beer, especially in high school, because this is the weekend when high schools get let out. And so there is a, drinking age, and many of the high school students are on the border of that drinking age. So there's a threshold, you might be below the drinking age, so you can't drink, but you're close, and yet your friends are partying. So, you just kind of disobey the rules and you start drinking, and it becomes a very important ritual. And normally this weekend would be bright and sunny, and people would be looking forward to being able to go outdoors. This is what's important in Canada, to go outdoors. But it's been raining today. So they can't go outdoors, or they don't want to go outdoors. So they have to sit around, and what do? They drink beer. Well, when it was hot, a nice cold beer goes really good. But that was the excuse for drinking beer when it was hot. Now that it's raining, they're depressed. That's an excuse for drinking beer. What Americans generally don't understand is the alcohol content in Canadian beer is twice what it is on the American beer. So 2 cases of American beer is equal to 1 case of Canadian beer. So that's the only thing that we have that is much better in Canada. But if we hearken back to the first depression, the 1929, what they in that area when they had prohibition. What made Canadians so rich was bootlegging alcohol. And so Canadian alcohol became desired. And of course, to increase the profit, they had to increase the potency, and because they couldn't bring as much alcohol in because they had to bring it in to smuggle it. But the point I'm trying to make is that nothing much has changed in the last 100 years. Back then, it was alcohol. The way they were working it for profit. Today, we have drug cartels. So the addiction is different. But the modus operandi is exactly the same. So what we have is the promotion of either beer or the consumption of drugs, and it's to help us live with our misery, help us forget. And my question is, life is hard. Even people who are wealthy struggle. But generally speaking, people who are poor, the system is set up for them to struggle. And life is hard. Life is competitive in so many ways, whether it be athletics or in business or in relationships, in family, within the family, pecking order, siblings. How does it help for you to debilitate yourself by drinking or by taking drugs? How does that help the situation? Except it makes it even harder. Because for whatever you're doing, you have to pay for it. And if you don't have the money, now you're wasting the money. And is it edifying you or is it diminishing your capacity? And this is the confounding thing that I see, and it's particular with my generation because the fervor was so great. And it still is so great. But, I criticize the Canadians for that. And that is the reason I criticize them. Because we could do so much more. We could do so much that would help in so many different ways. But what we do is we choose to take a time out from our life. We choose to take a time out from our debilitations, our illnesses, our wars, and our hardship. And we choose to have a nice, relaxing weekend, sipping beer, and sitting around and talking about what life could be like. I would hope, and I guess Mr. Keshe has talked about the maturation of humanity. I would hope with the realization that we have demonstrated the exchange of energy in a totally different light, that this would impact people. And there's no question that it has. But is it a critical enough mass? So from now on, what we have to do is add to that energy field. That's what I would like to see. Over to you, Mark.
Yes, and this is what he said. These technologies will change the behavior of the man, move it away from killing, more of a giver than a taker. And again, let's not call anyone losers. They're just in a different position in a way. And hopefully the sporting events will become a win-win competition where we just observe the beauty of the game rather than people labeled as losers or losing in the last 2 seconds of the match and people feel dejected. And that goes all the way down through the universities and through the high schools and the rest of this, that certain ones, as you say, the losers create that position for the winners. But let's call everyone a winner, as this is what Mr. Keshe said he liked about the one belt, one road. It's a win-win situation for the most part.
Exactly.
Anyone else? Yes. And thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to bring anything? We're at the top of the hour. I'm going to play the final disclaimer. Meeting will come to an end after I take the screen, which I can do now, I hope.
I have one comment, Mark.
Please.
When I used to do automobile racing, and everybody said, did you win or did you lose? Well, we always said everybody wins. If you finish the race, you won.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the attitude that you have towards it. Okay, so I didn't win the prize, but at least I finished the race. So in essence, I did win. So it's all about attitude as well.
Except when you look at the statistics or the headlines the next day. But it's okay. We're all moving into this. It'll be a win-win situation for everyone. This is what's developing. No one is going to be left behind due to a lack of knowledge or anything else. And this is beautiful to see. The Americans will be talking to the Chinese and the Iranians and the Russians and the rest. It's all going to be brought in together. So we're in a very beautiful time. Yes, a couple of rocky paths to cross, but as Mr. Keshe said, we're well seasoned for this job, and you can see how he's had it in hand. I think, again, the world demonstration that was supposed to be happened maybe a month or two ago, where he said something happened and they had everything arranged. This was what replaced it. So whatever interfered with that, I think we have an even better. I don't know if it was going to happen in China or this was just decided recently. But again, a premier platform for premier technology. So it's almost like the cosmic ray ball in the case, the amethyst, the rock case it comes in. Everything is looking like it's fitting together quite nicely. So thank you all for attending. I'll play the final disclaimer. The meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts or comments? And thank you all for carrying, again, a small corner of a very large carpet. And we thank the Chinese officials as well for making all of this possible. We're all involved in it, more or less, and I think our involvement will grow as time goes on. We'll see more and more of this technology trickling into other areas, and we'll be moving ahead, explaining to humanity what this is all about. Because again, I had no knowledge of this before the Keshe Foundation. I was just basically existing in the matter state. Yes, I had some inkling of it, maybe through the churches and other readings or even things that have happened to me, but never this depth of understanding. And we haven't, as he said, our journey didn't start 10 years ago. Our journey is just starting now. So I guess we've been in a way, basic training for about 10 years or 8 years or however long you've been here. But now I think we're moving in a way out of the nursery and going to start to show some beautiful things. And of course, what we saw in Beijing is just the beginning of this, in a way, a tour through national cities in Japan and the United States and London and Moscow and other major capitals around the world, that the media start reporting on it in a much bigger way, in a much profounder way. And of course, they can shape it quite nicely to get people more excited about this. So we'll see. It's all coming together. And thank you all for your support, your contributions, and just being in and around the pinnacle of knowledge, which is called the Keshe Foundation. Even those in the UFOs are, as Alex said, they called us four-wheelers or insignificant dust, but now we're becoming a significant dust in the universe. Of course, not to lord over anyone, but we're going to work in collaboration as equals. This is what Mr. Keshe has always said. We're taking you into space as equals. So thank you all. If there's any other comments, please open your mic. We'll wait. Okay, thank you, Alex, and thank each and every one of you again for being here and supporting. I'll play the final disclaimer. The meeting will come to an end, and have an amazing rest of your day. What's coming up, I think, is the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on our regular Zoom channel that you tune in for the knowledge seekers. Of course, the reactor group will be on Wednesday, and another knowledge seekers workshop with more details probably coming out on Thursday about what's happening. I think Mr. Keshe is shifting out of first gear or neutral and moving ahead as this technology spreads out across the planet. Many, many people were waiting for this, as Alex has said, and others have said, a long time, and now it has appeared. So this is not the end of it, this is just the beginning of it. And as we understand, the fun has just begun. Thank you all. And I'll play the final disclaimer, then the meeting will come to an end. Let me make sure we're sharing properly. And have an amazing rest of your day.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.